Okay, there we go. I think it's all working now. I'm gonna fucking pop this out over here. We're gonna let him play for like 2 seconds to double check. Okay, he's not talking at all now.
I find it quite strange
Okay.
how a lot of people on the internet just jump to conclusions without any hint of evidence. It's sad to see how critical thinking
Okay. Is it actually fucking picking him up? Because I don't think it is. I'm not sure. Only one way to figure it all out. Love technical difficulties, it's the best. Like, not gonna lie, it's one of my favorite things about doing all of this is when nothing goes my way. It makes me feel all warm and tingly inside. Fuck, my computer sucks. Why'd I do that to myself? I clicked the wrong thing. Fuck me, this sucks. Let me go back and see if he's actually speaking to me or not. Okay. He's being picked up. That's all I wanted to make sure. Alright. Now that the intro to my video has been entirely destroyed, well, not just that video, also, I also was reacting to another video that entirely didn't get picked up. I'm having technical difficulties today on top of everything else. So today's video is going to be a little, well, not video. I'm going to be just reacting to YouTube videos because I hurt my back and I'm not able to actually sit down. So I'm actually laying down and I got to do stretches repeatedly. So I've got to lay like this. And I figured while I'm laying around doing nothing, I'd react to some YouTube videos in the meantime and everything else. Your followers, how did you hit affiliate?
I find it quite strange how a lot of people on the internet just jump to conclusions without any hint of evidence. It's sad to see how critical thinking seems almost endangered among the chronically online. A lot of people just follow trends of hatred without actually taking the time to find evidence to back up their accusations. Just because a lot of people are saying
so hard, like I was just saying before everything happened and I realized that my video wasn't fucking picking up. I actually recently made a Lilo and Stitch video going over why Disney remakes are so bad and everything else like that. And so many people fucking obviously did not watch the video and just attacked. Like, they saw that I said something bad about the things they did not, that things that they loved, and they just fucking struck.
Something doesn't make it true. We've seen this happen with a lot of public figures, especially in recent years. A good example would be J.K. Rowling. I'm convinced the majority of people who hate her do so simply because others do, because it's become a popular trend. I remember watching a video on critical thinking by a teacher, Warren.
He got fired for this, actually, for trying to get his student to critically think and not just think what everybody else thinks.
Smith. In this video, Warren challenges a student of his to actually think for themselves on this exact topic. All he did was encourage his students to broaden his perspective and look into the situation himself, using rationality and critical thinking.
So let's get specific though, and let's define bigoted opinions. What opinions are bigoted? We're going to treat this as a thought experiment. I'm not going to say what's right or wrong or what way to think. The whole point is to learn how to think, not what to think.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So when you say bigot, you're starting with the conclusion that given her bigoted opinions.
Yeah.
So first,
her,
let's start with, does she have
bigoted opinions? Yeah, you got to actually find
She
out
has-
what she does.
So I guess now that
I was gonna say, instantly accusing someone of something with no proof other than the fact that he said, she said bullshit is not good. It's never good. You need to actually always come to that conclusion for yourself. If someone you wouldn't like, if you were in a situation where someone judged you unfairly based off of what someone else said about you. So why would you do that to someone else? Like, let's say you were going for a job interview or something like that, and you didn't get the job because the dude that just was interviewed before you said that he heard in the lobby that you eat babies. And clearly not true. Clearly he has no proof of this. Like, but he tells this to the fucking hiring recruiter, and they now think you eat babies, and they don't hire you because that dude said that. That's in no way fair to you because it's not true and there's no proof of it. But, like, yeah. So what I'm getting at is, like, you shouldn't just blindly follow what people say because people are full of shit and a lot of times they don't know what they're talking about.
we're looking at it like, oh, there's not much difference between me or her. Do you think it's fair that she's being attacked by a large group of people and people are calling her, like you said at the beginning of this conversation, you said, given the fact that J.K. Rowling is transphobic, how do you feel about Harry Potter? Now, retroactively looking at that statement, do you think that was the best way to phrase?
No, I feel like an idiot now.
Warren Smith then
I might
apparently
look
got
into
fired
it.
from his teaching job for
I'll look you up on
encouraging
Discord
critical
and,
thinking.
So it happened
fucking
yesterday. I
add
was
you and everything else.
fired from my
I'm not really
full-time
into
teaching
doing
position.
like
This decline in critical thinking is one of the many reasons
I
I believe a lot of people dislike Asmongold. In certain online spaces, especially among specific communities, there's a lot of hate towards him that is unwarranted and simply built on lies. The more I looked into
I think a lot of it also comes from the fact, because I've been watching Asmongold for like about a year now, and before I started watching him, I honestly thought the same thing a lot of like other people thought about him. I thought he was a bigot. I thought he was a racist. I thought he just like was a common internet troll that like propagandized right-wing ideas and shit like that. But the more I watched him and the more like I really started to like understand more, I guess, because like I'm never going to actually truly understand who he is because I don't see anything that's not behind the camera. But I think while yes, he does have like right-wing ideas, he is more of like a centrist. Like he doesn't believe everything he hears, therefore he like to me is a lot more respectable. But because of that, because he doesn't believe everything he hears, people don't like him because he doesn't constantly say the same thing they want to hear.
this, the weirder this echo chamber became.
Asmongold is just like someone who makes a living off stealing from other people.
It's like, you're a racist motherfucker. Asmongold is a fascist. He's just like actually one of the purest examples of.
Now, see, do they understand what fascism is when they say that? Like, if he's the purest example of a fascism, here, like, I'm gonna fucking do. I'm gonna do this. I'm not pulling it up. Like, you guys can't see this, but I'm gonna read the definition of fascism. Definition. Fascism is a far-right political ideological movement characterized by ultranationalism, authoritarianism, and strong emphasis on single powerful leader and ruling elite. Whoa. Far-right political ideology in the first place. Like, that's not the actual dictionary definition of fascism at all. ultra-nationalism, authoritarian. Now that I agree with, the ultra-nationalism, authoritarianism, and strong emphasis on single powerful leader or a ruling elite. Yes, I do 100% believe that fascism is like going for that. But to put it under far right is just kind of ridiculous. Because like, yeah. Anyways. No, in no way, shape, or form do I believe Asmongold wants us to be under one single ruler. I don't think he wants us to be in a dictatorship of any sort, way, shape, or form. I believe actually the opposite. He probably wants us to be more free than most people do.
The moderate wing of fascism thing. Also, Asmongold's editor is a Nazi.
So Adolf Jr. over here.
This is the fake laugh he does, and I don't respect him at all. I don't know, maybe his audience is like 12-year-old boys. Maybe they really buy this and think it's funny.
He's racist.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. You can get on my chat. More. Yes.
In my research for this video, I genuinely tried to find actual substantial reasons for the hate outside of the lies. I'm an advocate of trying to see both sides' perspectives on any topic, so I found quite a few videos on YouTube that I'd like to unpack and try to understand why there is so much hate against Asmongold. First off, by what I've seen, a lot of the hate against Asmongold seems to...
I feel like a lot of people do hate on React content because, like, it does feel like it's stealing people's content, and I can see that in a lot of ways, shape, or form. Like, people will watch the video on, like, Asmongold's channel, for example, or, like, you'll watch the video on my channel right now, for example, and then not actually watch the video. But, like, I've actually went and found, I want to say, like, 2 or 3 different YouTubers this year because of Asmongold specifically reacting to their content. So I would actually argue, if people say that like it hurts channels and stuff like that, I'd argue that it does exactly the opposite, especially like when like people do like what I'm doing right now, when they actually pause and like talk about the video and everything else, because like what it does is it creates this atmosphere where you're having a discussion in a one-on-one with me, but maybe you don't want to have that discussion or one-on-one with me, and you want to just watch the video and you think the video is interesting, so you want me to shut the fuck up and stop pausing the video, and you just actually want to watch the video, so you'll click on the link that I'll leave in the description, which I'm going to do with every video I react to, and every React streamer or like every React channel should do. Click down the link in the description, actually go to the channel, watch the video, and maybe you found yourself a new YouTuber based off of just going off of React content. But anyways,
have stemmed from other YouTubers' disdain for React content. In my research, I stumbled across a video titled "Asmongold is Bad, Why I Don't Like Asmongold Videos" by a channel called Savior 3.0. In this video, we hear the usual rant about React content having a negative impact on other channels and YouTube as a platform.
He gets the benefit from all of this unpaid labor. He gets the benefit from all of this hard work from other content creators, but he doesn't actually have to do any of the heavy lifting.
This YouTuber then played an excerpt from a large and actually pretty popular channel called Dark Viper AU, where he spoke in depth about why React content is bad for channels and the platform as a whole, using Asmongold as the primary example.
Over the last few months, I've learned that very few people seem to understand why React content is harmful. React content is a system of exploitation that siphons an incalculable amount of money and exposure away from the hard-working into the pockets of the incredibly lazy.
Dark Viper had some decent points and clearly did a lot of research into this, but somehow in this whole video he missed what I believe is the most important aspect of React content.
Mostly because like I've watched React content and found channels through React content. Like this channel that I'm literally watching right now, I have not watched before I watched Asmongold. This is one of the 3 or 4 YouTubers that I wouldn't have never found or would have never watched without Asmongold reacting to it. So like the fact, like you wouldn't like think about your YouTube channel as like a business, right? And like if someone went and advertised your product or your business, you wouldn't say that them advertising your product or business would be harmful for your product or business. If that makes sense. Like React channels and React content is almost like a parasitic symbiotic relationship where yes, we do, or I guess I say we, this is literally my first time ever doing React content ever, but they do take like some of the views away, but they also give you long-term subscribers and also can possibly give you views. So while yes, you're not getting views, you get more exposure. It's like wrestlers also. Wrestlers fight over TV time nonstop. And it doesn't matter if you're winning or losing, as long as you're out there, as long as you're on TV, as long as you're relevant, that's all that matters.
I'll actually read a comment that I found while watching this video because I think it best describes the problem with this argument. I don't agree with the idea that reaction content is stealing. When watching someone like Asmongold, it's not about the original video content itself, but rather about his personal take and commentary. People watch him because they want to hear his thoughts, see his reaction.
Yeah, and I've literally watched videos and then turned around, and then when I saw Asmongold react to those videos also, I then watched Asmongold react to that video even though I already watched the original video. Because, like, I wanted to hear what his take on it was. And a lot of times, his takes fucking suck.
And experience his unique perspective. His popularity is built on his personality and how he engages with the content, not just the content itself. Even if he simply talked about the videos without showing them, his audience will still tune in because they're following him and his reactions, not just the video being reacted to. Reaction content requires charisma, personal insight, and the ability to entertain, which is what draws viewers in. This is nearly a
Exactly, because if he didn't have like that certain charisma to like actually be talked to, or like if people didn't want to watch him, they wouldn't. It's as simple as that. Like, he didn't steal the views away from your video. Your video is going to get those views no matter what. People watched him to watch him. Like, if that makes sense. I mean, it should make sense. It's pretty fucking simple. Like, if you don't want to watch Asmongold, you're not going to watch Asmongold. But if you were interested in the video, you're going to go watch the video.
Perfect comment in the context of Asmongold, but the only thing that is disputable is that not all React content is actually done in good faith. Some of it is blatant stealing. The Actman has a fantastic video titled The Dark Side of React Content that I completely recommend.
It's funny because this is actually the video, The Dark Side of React Content. You would think this would get me not to watch React content. This is the video that got me to watch Asmongold. Believe it or not.
Commend on this subject. In fact, in his video, he even mentions how Asmongold reacting to one of his videos, yes, affected its viewership negatively, but how he spoke to Asmongold and Asmon agreed to watch his videos a few days after release in the future.
What I realized is that if you're a big creator who's going to react to someone's video, you should wait at least 4 days for it to be pushed in the algorithm naturally. And that's what Asmon and I talked about and agreed on after this happened.
The Actman then went on to talk about the positive
and that's only big creator to big creator. I do want to preference that as well. Because like Asmongold reacting to a smaller creator, like someone who doesn't get as many views as him, will have the opposite effect. Instead of it siphoning views, it will actually pump into that channel. It will like breathe new life into that channel.
Impact reactors like Asmongold have had on his channel.
Some might say, but Actman, he's stealing views from you. Those views belong to you. Maybe they do. I can't say for certain, but what I can say is a lot of people who are subscribed to my channel wouldn't be subscribed if Asmongold never made these videos.
Although I agree with aspects of Dark Viper AU's video, there's something he says here at 15 minutes and 5 seconds that I completely disagree with.
I hope by the end of this video that you will come to understand why this exposure and money would either entirely or almost entirely have gone to other content creators if not for Asmongold's interference. Not just the people that Asmongold steals labor from, but everyone in the wider market.
You could easily say the same thing about every single channel on YouTube, including Dark Viper AU. Dark Viper has 1.5 billion views that could have otherwise gone somewhere else if he didn't have his channel.
Bottom line, a React video has the same value proposition as going to a movie with a friend. Seeing and discussing a movie with a friend can be more enjoyable than seeing it alone, but you would never say that the friend who took you to the movie should get a cut of the movie's proceeds for sitting in the chair and giving you his opinion on it.
This for me is a gross over...
Yes, but at the same time, you also, like, content creators aren't your friend, right? They're not actually your friend. They seem like your friend. They seem fun. They seem, like, quirky, like, relatable, everything else. Like, you could get along with them. Like, Asmongold seems like someone you could fucking play video games with while drinking beer late at night, fucking talking about bullshit, right? And that's the appeal of it. But he's not actually your friend. So you're paying for that experience. Like, and you're not actually paying. Like, nobody would, I mean, not nobody. I'm sure there's someone who's lonely enough out there that would pay for someone to, like, be their friend. I know there is actually, there's whole websites fucking dedicated to it. But, like, you get that experience of seeing a movie with a friend, but he's not actually his friend, and he's using his time still to give you that experience. Therefore, that's where he does earn a little bit of that cut. He shouldn't probably earn the entire cut, but he should at least earn bit my tongue. A little bit.
Simplification of what is really happening. I would say that React content is more likened to movie commentary. People choose to watch Asmongold or other React creators simply because they are entertaining. Dark Viper AU's video, while incredibly well made, also lacks a very basic understanding.
Good birthday, Box. Give me something good, baby. Come on, Box. It's your birthday.
Yeah, fuck your Box. Fuck out of here. Stupid ass.
People prefer to watch React content over original videos. Behind every single view is a real person living their real life by choosing how they spend their time. The argument that Asmongold interferes with other people's ability to make money is a massive over-exaggeration. This video clumps people who watch Asmongold as this collective hive mind that doesn't really think for itself. I would consider myself an Asmongold enjoyer, and I have absolutely nothing to do with anyone else who watches Asmongold's videos. I just choose what I want to do with my time as a casual guy going about.
The biggest reason I do it also is because, like, I get both the experience of, like, watching. So, like, I'll turn Asmongold on when, like, I'm making my games and everything, because I'm an indie game developer, and, like, I'll be making games and I'll have him on in the background, and I'll not only get to have the experience of watching YouTube, but I'll also be able to, I guess, elongate, I guess, a video. So, like, a 30-minute video talking about game design has now turned into an hour-and-a-half video about game design, where not only do I get someone's insight about game design, but I also get a boots-on-the-ground take from Asmongold about game design, and as well, the view of his chatters about game design. So it's like on 3 different levels, I get to see as a developer, I get to see the initial take, I get to see the reaction take, and I get to see the general public's take. So all of that together is almost invaluable to someone like me. But, like, so that's just like a me take and everything like that. But at the same time, like, I feel like it adds more to the topic and makes me want to watch that video over the original video, because now I can sit here and enjoy a certain topic. Like, let's say I am making a boss and I want to listen to a video about boss design, right? So then I listen to a video where Asmongold reacts to a video about boss design. And so now I get all these different takes on boss design while I'm designing a boss, and like I don't know how to describe it. It helps me, I guess, in a way, while also keeping me focused and keeping me engaged. But that's just a me take. I know that's not like an everyone take.
Of my life.
What you do not see is every time any reaction video appears where your video would have otherwise appeared. Any time where one of your videos would have got an impression, except it then went to a reaction video. You also do not see every time a reaction video is chosen by a viewer instead of one of your videos.
Now, I am not saying what Dark Viper is arguing is entirely untrue. There are people who would have watched some of these videos without first having seen them through Asmongold. But this
one great point is I know a ton of people have already watched this video, and Asmongold has already reacted to this video. No one is going to watch my video reacting to this video without wanting to hear my take on it. Like, no one's going to click on my video and think it's this video. And if they do, they're going to instantly click off because I'm a piece of shit, you know? Like,
absolutely no way of doing this, especially to what extent. If it were as simple as Dark Viper AU puts it, then I don't think react channels are the real issue anyway. Consumers choose how they want to spend their time, and that's ultimately what drives viewership. Dark Viper tried to dispute this argument in his video by explaining that just because there is a market for it doesn't mean it's a good thing. In my opinion, this argument is possibly the most important on the subject, but Dark actually didn't give a strong enough point to argue against the market deciding on this.
But shouldn't the market decide? No, there is a market for every terrible thing you can imagine. The existence of demand for something does not justify meeting that demand through exploitative means.
The primary message behind Dark Viper's video is that react content is...
So, let me get this straight. I shouldn't enjoy the shirt I wear because it was made in a textile factory in Asia where they're paid in Diet Coke. I shouldn't enjoy the luxury of being able to clothe myself because of that fact. That's what I'm getting from that take. Let me go back to make sure I understood what he said correctly.
The market deciding on the subject, but Dark actually didn't give a strong enough point to argue against the market deciding on this.
But shouldn't the market decide? No, there is a market for every terrible thing you can imagine. The existence of demand for something does not justify meeting that demand through exploitative means.
The primary...
Yeah, okay, I did hear him correctly. No, literally every market in our society has some sort of exploitative nature to it. That's just the nature of business. In a system where you want to gain the most amount of points, you're always going to want to gain the most amount of points while losing the least amount of points. And the way to lose the least amount of points is to screw people over. It's an unfortunate fact of life. Like, that's just how it works. Like, you can be mad about it, but that's just how it works.
Message behind Dark Viper's video is that react content is objectively bad or objectively immoral, without giving any hint of acknowledging its nuances. I believe it's important to conclude that react content as a concept has subjectively and objectively good or bad sides depending on the context. At the end of the day, we, the consumers, are in charge. We dictate who profits by where we spend our money or our time. Yes, it's never good as consumers to support something that is explicitly illegal or immoral. But this is...
like, don't go out and fucking support child predators and shit like that. Like, nobody wants that shit. But, like, if somebody wants a fucking burger, who cares if the person that's making the burger is getting paid a little amount of money? Only the person making the burger does, unfortunately. Shit, that's going all over the place.
This is why I am challenging this idea that is saying is ultimately in good faith, and there is a lot of truth in this video. I recommend watching this video as it does have a lot of good points depending on context. Yes, there are a lot of bad actors out there that actually do just steal content without even giving any credit. This does exist, and I am all for breaking this culture where possible, but I disagree with the argument that all of it is just plain destructive. I had
Well, yeah, because we all watch the video and we all want to support, like, the creator. Obviously, like, when a video is good, that's the reason Asmon even watched it in the first place, is because it's a good engaging video that he can speak on or talk about in the first place. It's the reason I'm even talking about this video in the first place, is because you made a good video, therefore people are going to react to it, and then when people see that you made a good video, they're going to run to your channel and give you support because they want you to continue making good things. Yes, but at the same time, if you're subscribed, I watch YouTube religiously. Like, I watch it more than I watch actual TV, which you could say is unhealthy. I could probably also argue that myself. But if I am subscribed to someone, whether I watch them or not, I still see their videos nonstop and they still pop up, and I still might click on them if I'm still interested in them. So just by him getting people to go over and subscribe is still going to help your channel grow. Exactly, it advertises for you. You get free advertising. And they'll still come back. Exactly. Actually, yes, 110%, especially someone like Asmongold. If he reacts to your video and he agrees with, like, some of your points, it can not only affirm to his viewers that you're a reliable creator, but also affirm to the creator that their content is good content. So, yes, I 100% agree with this. Exactly. Exactly, exactly. Honestly, dude fucking exploded after the fact, and he woulda never exploded if it wasn't for the fact. Hi, Ozzy, what are you doing, bud? Cat's coming up here. Fucking ads. I need to just pay for YouTube Premium. Have to say 100% disagree. I will say he does raise his eyebrows quite a bit. That one's for true. And he does also say, "Okay." Mhm. Yep. True. True. Like I said, React content is only transformative if people actually react. If I was sitting here nonstop, not pausing the video, not actually discussing the video, just watching the video and deadpan staring, that wouldn't be transformative. This wouldn't be engaging. This would be, honestly, you probably wouldn't even fucking watch. You'd probably go watch the actual video with the actual engaging part. Me being in the corner is not going to help you. It's going to fucking just be visual noise. I do believe that part. I do actually 100% believe that. He does flip-flop quite a bit. 100%. I believe that as well. So I do believe he's living a tiny bit in an echo chamber, but at the same time, like I've seen that he deletes his cookies and history and stuff and then looks at blank browser pages after the fact. So it is possible that he is living in an echo chamber, but I do believe that he goes out of his way to make sure that he's not living in a full echo chamber. So he is aware of the full narrative and the full story. And he uses that to his advantage to get as far as he is. And that's why he's gotten as far as he has, because he knows what to say for people to get the most mad at him, to get the most views, but also being level-headed and actually like actually having a valid take on the subject matter, to the point that the people that don't just immediately jump the gun and hate and actually listen will be like, oh shit, actually, wait a minute, he's got a point. So like, yeah, I feel like I'm just fucking rambling now. Oh, and that's so not true. He tells people they'll fucking die if they live like him. Yeah, he literally says you will fucking die if you try to live like me. If I'm being 100% honest, the reason I started watching Asmongold was because of how fucking gross he is and how fucking gross his house is, and it made me feel better about myself. I would watch and see all this and be like, oh, I'm not that bad. I am fucking gross. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm clean or anything else like that. But I was like, at least I don't have fucking mold growing on my pillows or waking up to a dead rat. And he also preaches that you shouldn't do that. And I feel like putting that on camera shows people why you shouldn't. I'm sorry, when you don't take a shower for 3 months and actually start growing armor, I feel like that is signaling to people that you probably should bathe. He has a really good editing style. He has a really, really good editing style. That's the other thing. Like, this dude wouldn't have taken off as hard. Like, not only is Asmongold like watching his video, like helping him and everything, but this dude wouldn't have taken off near as hard if he didn't actually make genuinely good videos. Like, if you watch this video, it's like 10 times better than any video I've ever made. And I would argue that we like talk about relatively the same things. Well, not exactly. I delve more into like actual gaming, like game mechanic and story analytics, where he talks about the gaming sphere in general, and like I don't want to say the political sphere of gaming, but like the actual real world take of gaming. But what I'm getting at is his videos are better because he like puts way more production quality into it, where I just make trash and throw it on the internet.
You okay, buddy? Put it out. Okay.
Okay, this is fun. My cat is currently puking. You okay, buddy? You okay? Daddy didn't hurt you when he was patting your back, did he? Sorry about that. I gotta clean this up now. Okay, well, that fucking happened. I'm gonna have to clean that up here in a minute. I got it cleaned up. I just gotta get the fucking towels that I cleaned it up with. I have them literally right here. I just gotta fucking go throw them away when I actually get up. Here in a moment. That was fun. We'll get back to this. Back. I gotta clean that up and I gotta check on my cat real quick. You okay, buddy? Ozzy. Here, bud. You okay? What's wrong? Okay. Sorry about that. Let me make sure everything's fucking back in order. Wait. The fuck? And now let me go back in my fucking stream and see when you guys got cut out. Oh my god, okay, I didn't even realize that happened. Yeah, let me go back and fucking see and I'll edit that shit together. Give me one second. Scuffed broadcast in history. That's what I fucking do here. It was. Okay, I saw where it fucking cut off. I'm sorry ahead of time for that also. It's... God, where the fuck was that back at? I think it's... Oh god, that was forever ago, wasn't it? Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm gonna fucking... Here, let me pop this out. Put it down in the fucking corner so I can see exactly when my stream goes in and out. So that way you guys can actually get my
without even giving any credit. This does exist, and I am all for breaking this culture where possible. But I disagree with the argument that all of it is just plain destructive. I had the privilege of having Asmongold react to the very first video I made, the current state of Triple.
Like I said though, in the first time I went through and watched this and everything, him reacting to this dude's content is what ended up like having me see this dude in the first place. It was free advertising for this guy's content.
Play Gaming about 4 or 5 months ago. Because of this, and Asmongold following up by watching 4 more of my videos, my channel exploded. I even memed him about this.
Pretty, isn't it? Perfectly balanced. This whole...
Yeah, and like I said before, that shit was fucking gold. Like
subscribers aren't really the driving force behind YouTube's success anymore. The algorithm now prioritizes videos with strong watch time relative to their length. Every time Asmongold has watched one of my videos, thousands of people have popped in to leave a like, comment, or even subscribe, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. But then naturally, they click off and go about their day as they should. It only takes a few seconds for them to do
watch YouTube
this, but in the back video seconds, YouTube's
YouTube fucking religiously, and it might be unhealthy, you could say, but if I am subscribed to you, I go through my subscription feed every single day. If you release a video and I'm subscribed to you, I'm going to see your video no matter what. And if I think whatever you're talking about is engaging, I'm always going to click on it and I'm always going to watch because YouTube's all I watch.
Algorithm starts flagging the video as not worth recommending. At the end of the day, YouTube only cares about one thing: advertising revenue, which comes from watch time. So yes, this is a negative, but in the long run, React content can still be incredibly beneficial. While the initial burst of traffic from a big creator's reaction may not convert into consistent viewership right away, it does something equally important. It puts your content in front of a massive audience that would have otherwise never discovered you. Even if a large percentage of these viewers don't stick around, a small fraction will. Those who genuinely enjoy your content beyond the reaction will come back and watch more of your videos and engage with your channel over time. These are the people who become part of your core audience, the ones who comment regularly, watch your videos, and support your growth. Beyond that, exposure from React content can also boost credibility. When a well-known creator reacts to your work, it signals to their
that you make good videos and that your videos are resonating with that creator. It also says that what you're saying is valid and that you have valid opinions. Because, or like I mean, he literally says that dude's cooking with his fucking video. Like I said, I already watched
their audience that you're someone worth checking out. In my case, having Asmongold react to my videos helped give me...
He's really cooking with this video. I actually think this is probably one of the best dissections of like the philosophy behind why these things happen in games that like I've seen. This is really good.
This kind of recognition can and has opened doors to collaborations, sponsors, and other opportunities that wouldn't have otherwise been possible. I also think that a potential fix would be a system where YouTube splits revenue from React channels, creating
and that's what I was for also. Like, they don't deserve, like, the full cut of the pie, but they do deserve like a little bit, because they're like, react channels aren't actually your friend, but they give you the experience of going to see a movie with your friend or watching a video with your friend. So like, they do deserve something, but they don't deserve, well, it's hard to say, honestly, and that's why it's so decisive, and why so many people are talking about it. Because like, I don't want to say that they don't deserve, like, that they don't deserve all of it either, because like I said before, a react channel not only gives the viewer that experience, but can then also act as an advertising board for the other YouTuber as well, and people pay for advertising on the reg. So like, how do they not deserve the rest of the cut also, you know?
But this is just wishful thinking. Just a quick side note on this. I've recently been seeing people say that Asmongold's react videos are just him nodding or agreeing or raising his eyebrows the whole time.
Asmongold gets involved. That's right. The guy that will play a YouTube video in its entirety occasionally raises eyebrows and says the word sure a lot, like the person in the video is in the room with him.
Anyone who actually takes a few minutes to look into this would see that this is just not true. Just look at my videos side by side, the reactions he made on them. He clearly adds a lot to these conversations.
Yeah.
Now, beyond the react content argument, going back to Savior 3.0's video, he then tries to go deeper into the premise that Asmongold is the most
onto it. But then again, I don't know how long we've been streaming for either.
nihilistic person he has ever seen.
He doesn't hold much moral values. He seems to basically flip-flop between any type of argument which basically benefits him to his audience. He doesn't have any moral consistency, it seems like, from a lot of his advice and a lot of the stuff that he talks about.
Yeah,
it seems Asmongold lives in morality with much regard and benefiting society and all that stuff. But it seems like most of his arguments seem to flip-flop, because he is literally living in a tiny little echo chamber.
Or basically flip-flops for the benefit of himself. Like, whenever he has an opinion that he thinks that the silent majority will have, he will make sure that he voices that opinion, even if it's necessarily a bad opinion. If he thinks more people have that opinion than the people that shout and scream on the internet, he'll say that opinion instead. And I don't believe that he lives in an echo chamber either. I believe he is very conscious of everything that goes on and uses all of it to his benefit.
Basically, a Redditor, addicted gamer who somehow got famous.
There's almost Asmongold video, because he even states that Asmongold preaches his lifestyle to his massive audience, which clearly couldn't be further from the truth.
The problem with that is, if he doesn't have any educational insights, if he doesn't do any self-development of himself, but he's preaching educational ideas to the masses, this is very destructive, and it reinforces, nihilistic tendencies to his audience. And a lot of the people are rather down bad, I would say. These are people without integrity and morality, and he's reinforcing these ideas.
Before, though, I started watching Asmongold specifically to make myself feel better because of how much of a gross piece of shit he is. I started watching him to make myself not feel as much like a gross piece of shit. So I feel like people watching him won't feel like they have to live that way. I genuinely believe they're going to think the opposite, because I definitely did. I was thinking to myself, like, fucking, okay, yeah, the camera is weird. But yeah, I was thinking to myself, man, this dude's fucking gross. Thank God I'm not that gross. I really need to clean, though. Let's get on that.
Ideas to them because he doesn't have any education himself.
Now, to properly dissect what he is saying, yes, Asmongold has definitely shared some nihilistic takes in the past, but I wouldn't say he has fully embraced nihilism nihilism in its traditional sense. For those who aren't aware, nihilism is defined as the rejection of all religious and moral principles, in the belief that life is meaningless. Yes, Asmongold has shared his take on how he believes life is meaningless in the grand scheme of things.
I place like pretty much no value in like principles or morality. I think that these are top-down ideas that are given to you by the elites. And I think that if you look at most people that are in like an advantageous position, those people don't follow any of those morals or ideals at all.
Exactly like I said earlier in the video also. If you don't fucking do things, if you don't do the things that are advantageous to you to get ahead, then you're never going to win.
But at the same time, he also seems to balance that with a more pragmatic or even absurdist outlook, arguing that if life has no built-in meaning,
I do what I want to do. So you have goals? I do have some goals. Yeah, I have things that I want to do, right?
But he by no means has ever encouraged or preached at his audience to have the same mindset that he has himself. In fact, there's a lot of evidence on YouTube alone pointing to the contrary.
Nobody should watch my stream and say, I want to be like this animal.
Exactly.
Listen, I don't think anybody with a successful life should want to be like me. And I really mean that. I genuinely mean that. You don't want to live the way that I live. The way that I live is not some sort of enlightened in Buddhist nirvana. It is absolute pure degeneracy.
There is this natural tendency that we have as humans to automatically put up a guard against beliefs or worldviews that are either completely unfamiliar to us or contrary to what we ourselves believe. Not everyone is like this, but a lot of us are like this. Nihilism is easy to correlate with historical or fictional figures who have had a negative impact on their society. Some of us might have even experienced personal grief from people with similar worldviews. But this in no way gives ground for automatic hate, nor does it give justification for spreading lies. Now, I do want to ask, please do not go onto Savior's channel to harass him or attack him. He's genuinely trying to convey a message he deeply believes in. And I would say good for him for doing that. We can simply disagree and move on. As Aristotle once wrote, it is a mark of an educated mind to be able to...
If you can't listen to bad ideas and discern that they're bad ideas, then you're not a person. Like, honest to God, you're not a person who can think anywhere near for themselves. You should be able to see that people are committed, or like, see people talking about how great it is to commit genocide and instantly think to yourself, well, that doesn't sound fucking right. And if you don't, and you instantly think, genocide sounds kind of good. Like, genocide beforehand didn't sound good to you, but now that everybody's talking about genocide, you think genocide sounds kind of good now? You're an NPC, and I don't trust you.
Responding to emails takes time, but not with Grammarly. Few clicks, Grammarly generative AI drafts
AI fucking bullshit.
This brings me to my next point on why some people dislike Asmongold. There's a strange tendency, especially among those chronically online, to equate disagreeing with someone to hating them. Asmongold says some pretty crazy unhinged stuff, and he doesn't back down. And we all know people don't like it when others are like this.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
A good example of this would be the controversies surrounding Asmongold's take on AI and art last year.
Artists' opinions don't matter, because what matters is the opinion.
As an artist and a game developer, this was one of the things that I really was like, you know, he's right. I hate that he's right. Genuinely do. It upsets me. But like at the end of the day, if you're always going to be more creative than any AI is ever going to be. And if AI makes it so that way you can't do those things that you wanted to do, like if you're put out if you can't be a game developer because fucking AI exists, then you shouldn't have been a game developer, unfortunately. Because like at the end of the day, game development is coming up with a good idea, and that, or not a good idea, is coming up with a creative idea, because no idea is a good or bad idea. Ideas are just ideas that are then executed either well or poorly. At least in that game development space. I'm not saying all ideas. But yeah, so you just, in game development, you just take a fucking creative idea and then you either execute it well or you execute it poorly. And if you can't come up with that creative idea in the first place, then you shouldn't have been there. Like, because game development, that is the actual core of game development. And AI needs you to input a prompt. It can't create something on its own. Like, it can't instantly be like, oh yeah, you know what? This is a great idea. It needs, like, even like those AI idea generators need you to input, hey, what is a good idea for this? You already need a general idea of what you want to do.
Of the people that are buying the product.
It's genuinely sad that people seem unable to disagree in a healthy, constructive way. Asmongold doesn't shy away from controversial takes, and some people don't like this. I've gone around many Twitch and YouTube channels throughout the last year, and I find it fascinating how most channels are easily seen as mini echo chambers. I don't think many help dispute these claims, but I can also see how those who don't actually watch Asmongold can point fingers at his channel and say the same thing. But I've actually never seen a content creator who sides against his entire audience live as much as Asmongold does.
He argues with his audience so fucking much. You have no idea. He has a whole channel dedicated to arguing with his audience. It is ridiculous.
Clearly doesn't pander to his audience. The man has even riled me up at times with some of his takes.
Like the fact that Halo...
I just made a fucking 30-minute video complaining because of one of his takes. I can't say shit.
Infinite didn't launch with an official Battle Royale mode is unforgivable.
But I believe this is actually healthy, and I'll explain why later. I came across this video titled The Most Disgusting Man of All Time, Asmongold, by a YouTuber named The Angry Asian. I watched it hoping he'd present a solid argument with some real weight to it. Unfortunately, despite the video being 13 minutes and 38 seconds long, he only spent about 1 minute actually accusing Asmongold of anything substantial.
He genuinely has the most racist and misogynistic takes on gaming and just...
Where are they? If he has them and you're going to make a video bitching about Asmongold, trust me, as someone who just did it, you need to have proof. You have to have where the bad takes are.
Just in general that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Is that whenever I see like a game that comes out and it has, you know, this is feudal Japan and like the main character is a black guy and a girl, I immediately like, there's like no escapism that this can provide because the entire story is built on the foundation of trying to appeal to a quote modern audience.
And even in this clip, Asmongold makes a valid point. If a game is set in historical feudal Japan, it shouldn't call itself historical while altering history just so that the...
Yeah, I was going to say that was probably the biggest marketing blunder in history. Like, all they had to do was just say, hey, we just made our own story. That's all they had to do. People would have gotten mad, but Assassin's Creed hasn't been about the actual fucking history for like 5 games now. So, like, all they had to do was just not stick to their guns on that one point, and they could have been perfectly fine. But they stuck to their guns on it, and fucking, I mean, we saw how the game did.
Developers can push a political agenda. This guy literally spent the rest of the whole video ranting about Asmongold's living choices and hygiene.
How do people view Asmongold as a respected streamer and they value his opinions on gaming or just any topic in general when this motherfucker dead ass lives in his landfill that he calls a house? Would you give a single shit what a homeless person living under a bridge on a highway has to say to you? More than likely, you wouldn't give a single what he has to say. So why would you care what Asmongold has to say? Because let's be honest here, guys. Those homeless people living under a bridge 1000% are cleaner than this motherfucker.
Well, yeah,
How
I mean,
else do you
obviously,
look
he
at
didn't
this
shower for,
motherfucker by not just saying, this dude is nasty as
Substantial hate that comes from a place of genuine critical thinking will always result in real evidence of why there is the hate. If we look at
Exactly. Like I said, dude showed up to the table with zero evidence of why he's actually mad. And then I'm sitting here literally going, actually, why are you mad? Are you just mad because he is that gross and he has more money than you? I mean, fuck. I'd be mad about that. I am a little mad about that, not gonna lie. But like,
at history or even fiction, there are many figures that automatically draw hate out of us, mostly because of at least one fundamental cause, at least one decision that these figures have made that have brought this hate upon themselves, and it is always a decision that has affected other beings. Saying that you hate Asmongold because you think he is gross when his decisions actually don't negatively impact anyone but himself shows me that there is a problem with you more than there is a problem with Asmon. I would understand wanting to show him maybe compassion or sympathy, but this has no grounds for hate. I would completely understand the hate if he had maybe a wife or a child or a pet that he was directly affecting, but he doesn't.
exactly. He's not endangering anyone. The only person he was possibly endangering beforehand was his mother, and she was living like that long before he ever was there. So I would argue the fact that he's only doing it to himself, and if you don't like him, you should be happy that he's doing this to himself. And he's never, ever advocated for other people to do it. Literally ever.
Why is it then that so many people throw hate and shame at Asmongold for this? Now let's look at another reason for the hate against Asmongold. This one has no substance, and I know because I genuinely try to find evidence of this. But within some communities, we see people constantly trying to out Asmongold as a fascist, racist, sexist, and transphobe. Almost every argument on this is either completely baseless or just plain false. The closest thing to actual evidence that I can find to support this accusation of racism is Asmongold's controversy around his suspension on Twitch from October last year.
Which he deserved. He 100% deserved. Dude said fucking they deserve genocide. Like, it doesn't get more deserved than that. Like, honest to God.
People already know what happened, but I want to share my view on it so you can understand from my perspective why I believe at the end of the day, Asmongold's reaction to this gained more respect from his core audience than it lost.
110% it gave him more respect from his core audience. Because he was willing to say his mind. And that's why people watch him. People literally watch him because he'll say the things that people won't say because they're the things that he genuinely believes.
First,
but like I said, also, I don't 100% believe that he believes them himself. I could be wrong, but I do also think that he knows that he speaks for the everyman, so I believe he tries to have the everyman opinion, which isn't a bad thing to do. I want to advocate right now and say that that's not a bad thing necessarily to like skew your opinion towards your audience's opinion to further your channel and everything else. But if he does just genuinely have those opinions and he is just saying those opinions, well, they are the everyman's opinion. Like, it's hard to say that he is skewing it or not because it is a general opinion. I believe he is actually skewing his opinion for the actual general opinion, not the online perceived general opinion, because I feel like everybody knows that's not the actual general opinion. And I do also genuinely believe he says fucking things and has wrong video game takes on purpose. Not like Assassin's Creed, not like the woke stuff, nothing like that, but like some of his takes on older video games, and then he'll literally say some shit and then like 2 or 3 videos later, he'll come out and fucking say he's never played it. Like, I'll have to find the example. The one I'm thinking of exactly is fucking the Elder Scrolls series. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, I feel like you're saying shit just to piss people off in the gaming sphere, because you know that people in the gaming sphere are going to fucking push your content because they hate it.
Messed up. He said something that was blatantly prejudice against an entire culture. There is a level of truth from the perspective of extremist religions, but Asmongold didn't say this. Instead, he broad brush stroked his point and called out an entire culture. He messed up, but you know who also believes he really messed up here?
Oh, shit.
Asmongold.
So a couple of days ago, I made some comments about Palestine. You know, some just general,
really
basically
bad
opinions that were
really
trivializing
bad
the genocide that's happening there. I said something about it that was disgusting. I said that I didn't care about innocent people getting killed by another force, by anything. And I think that that's a horrible, disgusting, mean-spirited thing to say.
During the 2-week Twitch suspension, Asmongold...
Now, I don't know if he's going to put it in the video. I don't know if he's going to put it in the video. He seems to be taking a pretty fair, balanced take. And he seems to actually be an Asmongold fan. When Asmongold came back from the ban, first thing he did was start making fucking racially charged jokes. Well, not racially charged, I guess I should say. They were... How do you describe it? It's not, because I don't want to mischaracterize either. He was walking that fine line. Let's put it that way.
Faced, I couldn't help but find either one of these 2 extreme views on the situation all over X. On one side, people were defending Asmongold and saying he was stating facts. And on the other side, we had people calling him racist, fascist, and words I don't even want to repeat here. But one thing that can't be disputed here is the fact that Asmongold actually messed up. He made an awful judgment on what he said, and he faced the consequences. Now, this is where I personally garnered enormous respect for him. Asmongold took responsibility for his actions.
Yeah,
he didn't fight against it. In fact, he even...
People will respect you more if you say, hey, I fucked up, than make 10 excuses for yourself. If people respect you, they will make the excuses for you. You won't have to make a single excuse. You have to first earn that respect. And by earning that respect, in order to earn that respect, you have to take responsibility for your actions. And then once you have that respect, like I said, people will make excuses for you. You just have to just keep taking responsibility. The biggest thing is like if you take responsibility and say, hey, I fucked up, it will always benefit you 10 times more than making 10 excuses or blaming someone else, because all that's going to do is stagnate your growth as a person and also push the blame onto someone else and obfuscate the problem. Like, you're not going to fix anything by blaming other people and making excuses. Taking responsibility and growing as a person is the only way for you to grow and be a better person, and people respect and love that.
He showed gratitude for being held to account because he was able to take a backstep and see himself becoming someone that he found detestable.
This is what's so crazy about it. I think this has been going on now for like 2 years. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, rude, nasty, callous, psychopathic version of myself. And a lot of my friends have told me this. My dad has told me this. He said, you've got to chill out. You've got to calm down. I've been like, oh, that old man doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've finally had some level of accountability for that. And thank God.
His response to the situation really showed his true colors. He took the L and he apologized. I then couldn't believe the reaction from some of his own audience when he apologized. Some of them believed Asmongold followed an unwritten golden rule of never apologizing under any circumstances, which is clearly a complete misinterpretation of his actual stance. Asmongold has always stood by the principle of not apologizing in the context of pandering to people for a level of false peace or tolerance. He has always been against apologizing if you don't believe you've done anything wrong. Apologizing is never a weakness if it's genuine. I believe Asmongold's reaction bettered quite a lot of his audience. People seeing him respond like this challenged them as well. Maybe not enough people actually saw what really happened here, but it was a genuine sign of good character that I wish I saw in other content creators or influencers.
A lot of them you won't see it though, because people don't want to seem flawed online, and saying you're sorry, genuinely saying you're sorry, is taking responsibility and accepting that you are a flawed person. And a lot of people don't want that because people don't want that. People don't want that out of the people they idolize. When you have a hero, you don't want your hero to have flaws. But content creators are normal, everyday people that should never be seen as heroes. And because they are heavily flawed, because they're everyday people. And because of those two facts that they collide so hard, you're going to have people that fuck up, they get deplatformed, they don't apologize, they make excuses, they seem fake and everything else. But this is always going to resonate more because it's actually genuine. And that's what people like. They want to have a conversation with a genuine person, not just influencer number 974.
This is one of the reasons I still have a lot of love and respect for PewDiePie to this day. One of my favorite words, and we can have some pretty terrible blind spots in our lives. So any content creator that advocates for accountability is a content creator that I believe is worth following. I don't believe this controversy makes Asmongold a racist. It actually just reaffirms Asmongold as being a genuine, fallible dude who can own his faults and advocate for bettering himself.
I think it makes him a little bit a racist, but it also does make him a genuine dude who can fucking advocate for himself. I don't think it makes him like a fucking KKK fucking white hood level.
Another reason I like Asmongold is he tends to play devil's advocate against himself. Asmongold has this beautiful ability at times to approach controversial subjects in good faith. It's something I've noticed about him over the years, and it's definitely a quality I hope he never loses. He doesn't always do this, but when he does, I find myself personally challenged. This has naturally encouraged his audience, including me, to have a slightly broader perspective when looking into controversial topics where people usually have
Not gonna lie. Sorry about that, guys. It's gonna be all kinds of fun to fucking edit. Give me one moment, we'll be back. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Alright. I'm gonna get my fucking pop-out back out again, so I can make sure. Come on. Are we doing this? What the fuck? Okay, it's not letting me, get my pop out. For my actual channel. There we go. That's better.
Established bias. Take, for instance,
make sure everything's working correctly. Yeah, it looks like it's working correctly.
A post on X last year from Kelly Lombardi, a global games product marketing manager at Xbox. Given how polarizing the gaming industry has become in recent years, it would be easy to look at her post and label her as an anti-white liberal elitist and move on. If anyone had the prerogative to lean into that narrative, it would be Asmongold. But instead, Asmongold challenged his audience and himself by sharing how he viewed Kelly's post from her perspective.
Am I the person that's going to have the hot take that this isn't really that big of a deal and I don't really find this to be inherently racist? The problem is that when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And I don't think this one's a nail, guys. I don't. Like, I don't think that this is advocating for, like, any sort of exclusion. I don't think it's advocating for degradation. I don't think this one is that big of a deal. Am I crazy? And I get how you could perceive this as being bad. I do. And, like, I totally see that. But, like, I try to interpret things in good faith.
Seeing him do this really struck me at the time, and it pushed me to rethink my own assumptions. It even bettered me as a man in how I approach things critically, because my original approach to this post was anything but graceful. Like I said, Asmongold doesn't always do this, but he does do this, and it always gets his audience either thinking or...
No, I will say that he is the one content creator that has challenged me to think more than any other content creator I have actually watched. Even fucking educational channels that I watch, he challenges me to think more than they do.
Actually annoyed. Another great trait that I believe Asmongold has that I personally like is that he stands behind what he believes. Although I sometimes disagree with Asmongold's approach to tackling some of these issues, I really appreciate how he doesn't back down from what he believes in, regardless of how unpopular his opinion is, even live with his audience. Maybe it's pure stubbornness, but I think it's good because
it's not. It's a little stubbornness, but it's mostly pure content, because it doesn't get more engaging than arguing with your audience. Like, someone's not going to click away when they're currently having an argument with you.
It gets his audience thinking. Something for me that shows either really good character or a complete lack of caring is that despite immense wealth and fame, Asmongold doesn't change. I'm not really going to talk about the subject too much because it could just come from a place of genuinely not caring, but I've seen wealth do some pretty terrible things to some pretty awesome people, and I'm glad Asmongold just stayed true to being himself.
Didn't hire a maid for a multi-million-dollar mansion. He stayed humble for real. 100p on a stack.
It is far too easy to demonize someone by taking what they say out of context or pushing your own bias using their own videos against them. So you could argue that I did the same thing here, but instead of demonizing Asmongold, I did the opposite. I'm not saying that Asmongold is without his faults. I'm just saying it's worth thinking critically about these things for yourself and coming to your own conclusions. I think one of my goals with my YouTube channel is to try and help pull people out of any type of echo chamber they might be a part of. I find myself easily slipping into echo chambers that support my own biases, but I'm always trying to broaden my perspective and look at things a little bit more critically.
Alright, so that was that, and that was why people hate Asmongold. I do agree with him on a lot of it, not gonna lie. I do think because he's a React content, people don't like him because, like, they think they're stealing, they think that he's stealing videos, and like I said, I feel like that's more of a more nuanced topic than a lot more people want to actually discuss about, because, like, sure, you could say that he's stealing the videos, but I could also argue that he's selling an experience / selling advertising for the channel that he's reacting to. So, like I said, it's a real nuanced topic that doesn't really have, like, a definitive, like, correct answer, I would say. People thinking that he, like, advocates for his lifestyle, he clearly doesn't do. People just fucking hear shit on Reddit and then keep spreading it. And like I said, he has some controversial takes. I think that's the real big one. I think that people hear the takes that he has, and then they just spread that shit. They clip it, spread it, and then that gets spread enough that people just fucking just fucking latch onto it and hate more and more. Like, people hate my takes. Like, I get a lot of hate on the internet. Quite a bit, actually. Because I say shit that people don't want to hear. And when I made a video about him, it was the first time I think I've ever made a video and not had people just instantly hate on me. Like, I think it's the only video I had a genuinely good conversation with someone. Because, I create my videos. I don't create them to stir the pot. I don't create them to make people mad or anything like that. I create them to start a discussion and try to have a genuine discussion with people and bring to light things that I don't think people are actually talking about. Also, I review games, that as well. It's both of those things at the same time. And people see that, and then they don't like that. So when I made a video reacting to one of Asmongold's takes, to actually have a discussion about the game that I was making a reaction to him talking about, was kind of refreshing. Genuinely refreshing. He worked as like a hate shield for me. Like, everyone hated on him, so the people that I actually wanted to talk to, we could talk to. Like, we could go over here and have our time while they all fucking took pot shots at him. But anyways, though, I'm gonna fucking move on to the next video. Or let me make sure that was the end of the video. I'm pretty sure.
This is BoxGG, and it is a web.
Oh, it was.
A lot of the hate Asmongold gets, at least the kind people think is genuinely justified, comes down to ideological differences. If you look around X, Reddit, and YouTube, you'll find plenty of posts from people who strongly believe in ideas like DEI, identity politics, or even critical race theory, going after Asmongold simply because he speaks out against these ideas. What's interesting is that a lot of these people don't seem to engage with his actual points or arguments. They just see that he challenges certain progressive ideas and instantly label him as problematic or toxic. It's more about defending their own worldview than actually considering what he is saying. In reality, his views often seem more about calling out the extremes on both sides rather than attacking any one group.
But because their ideas are flimsy enough, but when they're held up to scrutiny, they fall apart.
Of course, nuance doesn't always fit into the internet's outrage cycle. Now, I do want to add...
I know that one for a fact. I tried to make nuance videos. People do not like nuance videos.
Add a disclaimer that I don't always agree with everything Asmongold says or does. Politically and philosophically, we have quite a few differing perspectives, especially when it comes to some of our worldviews. But this in no way should ever be a reason for me to spread hate towards him. Because I sometimes disagree with him, he has actually encouraged me to see things from a different perspective, which I appreciate and has actually taught me a lot. It's natural for people to hate people. We're born with this instinct. I personally try not to hate anyone myself, but that's because I build my life on my Christian beliefs and worldview, and I also want to honor God with my life. But one thing I don't believe anyone should ever do is spread unnecessary hate towards anyone, especially if it has no substance. I am an advocate of holding individuals or corporations accountable for their actions or behaviors, if there is genuine warranted evidence to do so.
Exactly. If someone actually needs to be hated on, hate on them. But if they haven't actually done anything, hear them out. Oh, I guess I needed to see the end title card, you know?
Thank you everyone for watching my... a video, and thank you so much to my Patreons for all your support. I might do a part 2 on this in the far future, but I just really wanted to get my thoughts out on here.
Yeah, that's the video. I'm about to link it to you guys. Anyone, if there is anyone in chat, I genuinely don't know. If there is at this point, holy shit, how are you? Let's say, because you're holding in there. I've been all over the place this video. Pin that at the top there. And then fucking do the same over here. Paste. Yeah, that's the video. I linked it to you guys. Fucking check it out. I'm also gonna leave a link in the VOD on YouTube and everything like that. Like I said, I think people just hate unwarrantedly. They don't actually put any research into things. I've seen it countless times, and I've also even done videos about how corporations take advantage of it, and how I believe Asmongold's probably also taking advantage of it to an extent. And it's a very powerful tool for advertising. It genuinely is. Like, because you think, like, yeah, it doesn't get you would think, like, people hating on something wouldn't get people to check it out, but people check it out too, all because they're always curious. Is it as bad as it actually is? And then they go in and then they form an opinion for themselves. And if the opinion is wrong based off of the hate, then they're wrong. There won't be any more hate. But if they're right, then there will garner more hate, which will continue the cycle. So no matter what, it is probably one of the most effective marketing tools I think we have in our modern day and age. But I think that's all I got for that video. We'll move on here.
Groundbreaking RPG 3 Restart. Sandbox Exploration.
Alright. $80 games might actually save gaming. I think I know where he's gonna go in this video. I could be wrong. I think he's gonna go the inflation route, which if he is, he's 100% right. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like the games industry in the AAA market has become way too bloated, but at the same time, games have also not gone up or down in price almost my entire life. Like AAA games anyways. The only exceptions I can remember exactly were, like, back in the day, Pokemon games used to be like $30 and now they're $60 titles. Like that's one that I remember. That was like a big one for me personally. But I don't know what the answer is, because I genuinely believe what's going to happen in the game industry is we're going to get this price hike. We're going to get this $80 price hike, right? And then we're going to see game studios shrink. So then we're going to have games that don't cost as much, but now have an increased price. And that is going to create a lot of profit and possibly re-bloat the industry. That's what I think might end up happening. It could just further inflate the industry and we just continue to see bigger and bigger teams. I could be
Games
wrong.
becoming $80 is a good thing for casual gamers. Before you hit that dislike button, let me explain myself. More and more studios are looking at releasing base games for $80. Not special editions, not bundles, just the standard version of a game for nearly $100. As a casual gamer, at first this was quite frustrating, but now weirdly I think it might actually be a good thing for us, because it's exposing how badly the AAA
Yeah, sorry.
Play space has lost touch with its audience, and it's forcing more and more of us to look elsewhere, towards better value, better experiences, and yes, towards the massive backlog most of us have waiting for us. $80 isn't just a number, it changes how people buy games. At that price...
At $80, I have to know. I have to know it's a good experience. Like, if I'm throwing $80 down, there better be no bugs, there better be no bullshit. Like, I genuinely need the purest experience possible. And none of this like selling me early access for $80 bullshit and everything else like that. Like, it's just not gonna be acceptable anymore. Like, if it happens, like, we just, like, and I get you can vote with your wallet. Don't buy it, right? But, like, I don't want to watch all the studios I love die either, if they're putting out genuinely good content. If they're not, then I guess they deserve to die.
Price, you're not making a casual purchase worth it. And more often than not, the answer is no. And it's not just about whether the game is fun, it's whether it respects your time, whether it works at launch, or whether it gives you a complete experience. But increasingly, AAA titles are launching with major bugs, incomplete systems, or a clear roadmap that tells you this game will eventually be good, just not today. And even when the game is good, it often takes far too much of our limited free time just to get to the part where it actually becomes enjoyable. So when the price tag jumps to $80, people start...
I think that's a big part also. Like, games want you to invest so much time into them before they actually become engaging. And, like, we're starting to see now that games are starting to gear themselves towards more engaging systems and not grindy systems, which I hope we start to really gear ourselves towards. And I really need to make the video. It is going to be the next one I actually make, like the next actual sit down video we do, where I have the whiteboard and everything, about how game systems need to have synergies between gear, skills, and perks, and use the level system as the grind for the numbers go up in your brain. So you use that to engage the player with the numbers go up. You do things, you watch the number go up. And then after that number goes up, you give your player a puzzle to solve between their skills, perks, and gear. And when they put the puzzle together, it engages them more in the actual, like, the gameplay is the reward. The gameplay getting easier is the reward for solving the puzzle. I'm going to go more in depth into it in the actual video, but let's let him
start asking, why would I pay more for less confidence in what I am buying? Now, let's not pretend that this is coming out of nowhere. This price hike isn't being introduced in a golden age of AAA quality. It's happening at a time when the big studios have burnt an enormous amount of trust.
Not in AAA, but, like, I would argue we've gotten some of the best games this year. Like, Expedition 33 is a masterclass in gaming, as well as the fuck else? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out. Tainted Grail was really good, but I'm talking AA studios right now. None of them are the AAA big hitters we know, and the only one that did put out one was Bethesda, and Virtuos is the studio that actually did the remaster for Oblivion. So, like, we can't even really say that. And the only actual game Bethesda did publish, they didn't develop, which was Doom. Dark Age also didn't do that well. So it's hard to say this year.
Games like Halo Infinite, Battlefield 2042, Redfall, Avowed, Dragon Age the Veil God, and any of the latest Call of Duty titles have completely misjudged what players actually want. You can only disappoint players so that trust is broken, that's not just tone deaf. You're burning the last bridge you have with your audience. Now, let's not forget the bigger context. Life in general is more expensive than it has ever been.
And that's a big thing. Like, gaming is a hobby. It's not a necessity. So it going up in price isn't going to, like, games going up in price isn't going, like, people aren't going to go out of their way to still pay that $80. They might want to, but they don't need to. And if they don't need to, then they're not going to, if that makes sense. If they don't have the expendable income, which a lot of people don't anymore. Like right now, I know I can't afford to fucking throw down $80 on a brand new game, even if I genuinely want it. Like, I can't throw $80 down. Okay, I got my new game. I can pay $20 for Game Pass, and if it comes day one to Game Pass, I can play it. Then I can. But throwing $80 on day one on launch isn't going to happen. And by the time fucking I do eventually get that $80, maybe another game came out that is $80 that maybe I want more by that time. So now you've lost your initial purchase. So it's hard to say if it going up is going to actually, like, help people actually, like, people aren't going to buy as much.
Everything has gone up. So naturally, we, your casuals, are tightening our budgets, and luxuries like video games are even less of a priority now. We're being more careful and more selective with our purchases. And that's where this whole $80 shift becomes a breaking point. Because if a game's not guaranteed to deliver, we're just not going to take the risk. Not when there are dozens of other options out there for half the price or less. Here's something that's often overlooked. Casual gamers aren't just worried about money. We're worried about time. If I only have 2 hours to play on a Saturday...
Why would you play a shitty game for 2 hours? When it's the only 2 hours you have to relax in the entirety of the week. No, you're going to fucking turn it off and go play another game that you know is going to genuinely respect your time.
Evening, I want to spend that time actually playing and having fun, not getting frustrated over bugs or sitting through a 2-hour grind just to try and see if I can get to the fun part, which might not even show up. We want focused, intentional...
And as a developer, I have also experienced this. I did not respect the player's time in Skills and Slime with the difficulty, because if you die in Skills and Slimes, you lose all of your... whatever you were currently grinding for. So for a fix, I created the fucking body system that's like in Dark Souls, where if you die, you'll drop a body in place. So then you can go and then collect that body if you get there before dying again, which will respect the player's time more, make the grind feel a little less grindy, and not make the player feel like dog shit necessarily. Now, I also did quite a few other things in my game that I know now is terrible as a developer, and I probably will never do again, but Skills and Slimes was an experiment to see exactly how far I could push the Godot engine.
Design and fun. We want games that respect us as players. That used to be what AAA studios excelled at, but now there's no passion or innovation anymore. A lot of these games feel half-baked, and it makes spending $80 feel irresponsible and stupid. When thinking about this
especially
$80 price tag on games, I actually get quite excited by it now. Because for me, this is finally the death of FOMO. Now, one of the biggest time we were 19...
I have a bad take. I have a really bad take. I like Starfield. I do. Call me a Bethesda simp. Call me whatever you want. I know. It's not a good game, but it's a good life sim in the stars. That's it. That I know that's not what people want out of Bethesda Game Studios, but like that's what we got. And I think it genuinely does that well. And, like, I didn't think that was terrible. I think everything else was terrible, like the quest design, the fucking quest choices, the actual subject matter, bugs was fucking terrible. But, like, it felt like it actually felt like a world other than exploring outside. I will say, like, the procedural generation of the planets was retarded. I don't know why they ever thought that was a good idea. They should have taken Q out of Outer Worlds book and done like 3 or 4 fucking concise planets with locations that you can genuinely go to, and like the world's the same every single time. Sure, you don't have like hundreds of hours worth of gameplay, or well, I guess thousands and thousands of hours worth of gameplay, but at least you have hundreds, and that's all you need.
Showed up. I felt scammed out of my time and money after playing that game. I could have played so many more incredible games instead. And now looking back, I think the only reason why I pushed through playing Starfield was because of FOMO. I was scared I would miss out on fun that never actually showed up. A lot of these AAA companies have already ruined their reputations, but sticking $80 on these games has finally killed any remnants of FOMO for me. So I'm so excited to finally get through my backlog now. All this negativity aside, there really has never been a better time to be a gamer.
Which actually, because of how many good games are, like how much trash has been coming out and everything else, I actually have been getting through a lot of my backlog.
Modern indie games and smaller titles have honestly given me some of the most fun I've ever had in gaming. A lot of these games are made by devs who actually know and understand what players really want, and they're bringing originality and innovation to the table. They're also the only reason features like couch co-op are still alive. These games are cheaper, they're creative, and they're often better designed than their bloated AAA counterparts. And the result, most of us have backlogs with tons of brilliant, untouched experiences just waiting for the right moment. So now when an $80 game drops, I'm not going to be tempted. I'll be relieved. Now, I think one message a lot of AAA studios like Ubisoft or EA Games needs to hear is that they've lost their throne. They simply aren't it anymore. It feels like they're living in some weird delusion. Just because some incredible developers like From Software or Larian Studios are praised, doesn't mean that they are on the same level simply because they also make big games. They aren't the same anymore, no matter how much they try to convince us. Now, I'm gonna say something a little bit controversial. Grand Theft Auto 6, if it lives up to its hype, could easily sell at $100. Maybe even $120.
I'd buy it. I just sat here and said I can't afford $80, but I'd find a way to fucking get GTA 6 because I know that's going to be a good game. There's not a single shred of doubt in my mind that that game is not going to be pristine. I probably could play GTA 6 for the next 5 years, make content about it the entire time, make money on the content that I make about GTA 6, and have fun the entire time doing it. And I could. And I know that's going to be the case. They've already done it like fucking 5 times. How is this going to be any different?
$20, it is Rockstar Games. This is a one-of-a-kind exception though, but I wouldn't be surprised if other AAA publishers would try to push for the same pricing if Grand Theft Auto 6 is that expensive. In reality, I can't even think of any other company that is good enough to increase their price to that amount and still be able to sell games. I can only think of this working for Grand Theft Auto 6. Even now with the Elder Scrolls 6, I think a lot of fans are genuinely concerned after Starfield. Maybe they would be able to sell well for $80.
Even after fucking the Oblivion remake dropped, I know that this game might be bad. Elder Scrolls 6 might be bad. I don't want it to be bad. I genuinely do not want Elder Scrolls 6 to be bad. I might burn Bethesda Game Studios down if it is. Like, genuinely. But it's a possibility that we're in that reality, and I don't know if I can cope.
The Witcher 4 working outside of sequels to beloved record-breaking titles. What we're seeing instead is mid-tier studios pretending they belong in that category, like Borderlands 4 for example launching at $80 when the franchise hasn't evolved in over a decade. They're fun games, sure, but they're not masterpieces. And treating them like premium luxury products doesn't build confidence. It signals greed. And here's the danger. AAA studios are slowly pushing away the audience they rely on most. Not the YouTubers or streamers, not the hardcore grinders, but the everyday players. The ones who buy a few games a year, the ones who gift games during holidays, and the ones who show up because gaming is fun, not a second job. If you
Okay, I kind of see where he's getting at now. Like, so what he's getting at is that because they're going to be $80 experiences, we're only going, like I was saying at the beginning of the video, we're only going to buy them if they're complete good experiences. And if they're not, we're not going to spend the money on them. Therefore, they're going to go away. So gaming as a whole will get better because they're going to have to get better. And if they don't, then we're just not going to buy it.
alienate those players, you're not just shrinking your profits, you're shrinking your future. And that's exactly what's happening. People are shifting to titles and to older games because there, at least, you feel like you're getting something for your money. In a strange way, this whole $80 pricing trend might be doing us a favor. It's forcing players to be more thoughtful with their time and money. It's reminding us that there's a whole world of games beyond what is being heavily marketed to us. And it's putting pressure on AAA studios to actually earn the price they're asking for. So,
well, and hopefully it does. Hopefully it puts the fucking pressure on, and hopefully they have to start actually fucking putting out decent, like, imagine if Elder Scrolls 6 came out with Tainted Grail's build system, but fucking Bethesda's quality writing, like Oblivion quality writing. Like, if we got, like, that quality of writing with that quality of gameplay, like, the game industry wouldn't be worried about how good fucking Baldur's Gate 3 did.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but it's going to push gaming into a healthier, more balanced future. Or maybe this will be the straw that finally breaks the camel's back. As always, thank you everyone for watching, and thank you so much to my Patreon.
There's the video. I'm gonna go ahead and fucking link it if I can. There we go. Link it in chat. Pin that shit up there. Pin it up there. There you go. But yeah, I could see where he's coming from. I genuinely think $80 games is going to suck for a while because a lot of people are going to inevitably get scammed at first, especially a lot of the casual gamers that he's talking about. They're going to buy bad products. Like, I'm sure there's someone that's going to buy Borderlands 4 for $80, even though it's not going to be like a fucking record-breaking box office hit. There's still going to be one person that buys that $80 game and has a bad experience and is scammed out of that $80. And it really sucks because we're going to have to deal with those growing pains until the gaming industry actually does correct itself. But yeah, that's why I tend to try to keep my games like cheap or free also, because I know people just don't want to pay for games anymore, honest to God. Like, they don't want to drop money on an actual purchase. They want to rent time for a small experience. And the more I've developed games, the more I've come to that reality and understanding. I know a lot of people in the core gaming space won't like that take, but it's what I've seen. Like, I've tried to outright sell my games for a cheap price. Like, I've outright tried to sell them for $1 to $2, And like, you can say I make shitty games. Like, I'll give you like a couple of my games are genuinely shitty, but here recently I've dropped like, I want to say like 2 or 3 decent bangers. Like, I won't say like they're the best games ever, but made by one person on a shitty laptop, they're decent. Nobody wants to play them, or nobody wants to pay for them, I should say. Nobody wants to actually pay for them. But the minute I put them up for free, or I release a demo of it, or I make a browser version or something of the game, people fucking flock to it and they play it and they love it. And so it's not like the last couple of games I've released, I've realized it's not that I'm making bad games. It's that people don't people don't have the actual time to be spending money willy-nilly. So if they don't think they're ever going to actually play the game, they won't pay for it. So if it's a small indie title like mine that you don't think you're going to get thousands of hours out of, and you think you're only going to get like a 2 or 3 hour experience, people don't want to pay for that. They want to pay for that. They want to pay for like Hades or like one of those, like in which are good experiences that should be paid for and everything. But in my experience, I've found that when I make smaller games, people don't want to outright buy it. They want to play it for an hour or two and then never touch it again. And that's fine, but they don't want to pay for that experience, and that makes me have to go through avenues like ads and other things like that to actually make money off of my games. So like, yeah, I've noticed that that a lot of times, especially on the lower end of the indie space, people don't want to pay for only an hour or two of an experience, especially if they don't know what the experience is going to be beforehand. So this will correct, and I went on a rant there, and I don't know why. So anyways, we're gonna move on. A second, I am gonna check something real quick before we move on. I see something lagging, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure there's nobody even fucking in here. It's, what, midday on a Wednesday? And my last fucking, like, video I watched was terrible. Like, that was actually terrible how many times the fucking thing crashed. Oh, well. Alright then. Anyways, we'll move on to the next video.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital cards?
Affirmative.
Oh shit, actually.
Do the words no Russian mean anything to you? Can video games cause people to behave violently?
No Russian.
A government psyop being funded by American taxpayers, as well as multi-billion-dollar snack conglomerate Frito
Possibly.
and Pepsi. These are just a few of the important questions that we're going to be talking about today. In another step to make the countless hours I spent playing Call of
The bat. I have fucking opinions. Do I think Call of Duty is a psyop? Yes. 110%. I think Call of Duty has been a psyop to try to get young men to join the military and think that doing military tactics is fun. And I think it has been one of the most effective psyops that the US government has ever put out. So let's let him get into the video.
Talking about several of the conspiracies as well as the legacy and controversy of the Modern Warfare trilogy. Of course, my retrospective of the original trilogy is over on the main channel, so check that out if you're interested. For now, we're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Call of Duty is a massive franchise that has grown beyond simply being a game and is now more of an entity or a...
I was going to say, it's a franchise, like he said at the beginning, like Coke or Pepsi. Like, I'd say it's one of the biggest gaming franchises ever.
Idea. But how did it get where it is today? Well, to answer that question, I first want to talk about the branded partnerships that helped it get there. So let's take a walk down memory lane. Over the years, one of the most active brands involved in video game sponsorships has been PepsiCo, who owns popular chip manufacturer Frito-Lay and soda brands like Mountain Dew.
I don't know why. I never put that together. I know that PepsiCo owns Frito-Lay. I know that PepsiCo owns Mountain Dew. I know Mountain Dew does regular fucking Call of Duty EXP drops. How did I not realize that Call of Duty does regular fucking... Yeah, how did I not realize that fucking Activision and PepsiCo were in bed together? Like, genuinely. Like, this is an actual eye-opener for me.
Game Fuel, which was a limited time
I fucking love Game
Citrus
Fuel, by the way.
that debuted in partnership with the upcoming Xbox 360 platform.
Oh man, those
The initial
days.
promo was a campaign called Every 10 Minutes, where customers would collect codes on the bottle caps of Mountain Dew or PepsiCo products and use the currency from those codes to bid on an as-yet unreleased Xbox 360, which was available every 10 minutes.
I'm a winner.
So like eBay.
That dude was definitely not a winner. I can tell you that with full confidence right this moment. He was not a winner. I can't remember if I tried to sign up for that competition. I know I did a couple of competitions back in the day for fucking games and stuff like that to try to win like sweepstakes and stuff like that. I actually got a Wii, I believe, through the Pepsi Points program at one point.
With fake money invented by Mountain Dew. Effectively, it is a currency only Mountain Dew made that you can only spend on things Mountain Dew wants you to spend them on. Why does that sound familiar? By 2007, Mountain Dew re-released its Citrus Cherry Game Fuel flavor in stores as a promotion for Halo.
See, I remember Halo 3 dropping with 3 different flavors. It dropped with Code Red. It dropped with the fucking the Voltage. No, was it Voltage? Thought it was the blue one. There was the red, the blue, and then this one as well. I could have sworn it was all 3, and then you voted for which one stayed.
Halo 3 followed.
Oh, yep, he's talking about it.
Favor for World of Warcraft in 2009, and in 2011,
Okay.
Citrus Cherry made
Maybe I was wrong then.
for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. This was
I
the first
don't
time Game
remember
Fuel
that
bottles
one.
came with in-game bonuses, including the now famous double XP codes, where players could earn twice the experience awards for a set amount of time, helping them level up, unlock weapons, and other in-game rewards much faster. This is one of those things that you simply had to be there. I cannot express to you the excitement of you and all of your friends in middle school getting Call of Duty, and then you beg your parents.
Genuinely, you did. You had to fucking be there. Like, I remember this is fucking wild, actually. I was on a camping trip, actually. And me and my friends came, like, they all came with me. And we both did camping and glamping. So, like, my aunt and everybody would be in the camper. And there would be the camper, and it would have electricity and everything else like that. And then, like, us kids and everything would actually set up our tents and actually, like, put a fire up and, like, actually camp and everything. I remember, is my stream actually going? Give me a second. I don't know if I'm live or not right now? No.
Parents on the way home. To...
Maybe. Oh yeah, I am. Okay. Anyways, though, like what I was getting at, so we would be camping and everything, and I remember I was camping, and I brought my Xbox 360 because I knew there would be power and everything, and I remember specifically setting up a small TV and setting up my fucking Xbox 360 and having Halo 3 after it just came out. I think it came out like a month beforehand, and we got all the fucking Mountain Dews that had come out for the fucking Halo 3 and everything, and fucking sat there drinking soda and playing Halo 3 just all goddamn night while we're supposed to be camping, like supposed to be making s'mores and everything else. No, we're glued to that fucking game.
Stop by the gas station so you could go find the Mountain Dew bottles. They gave you the codes to level up quicker. It truly was a magical time.
It really
now no
was.
one actually owns anything.
It
it's
really
all
it was
subscription services.
entirely a different time.
Win cycles and season passes, but this is supposed to be a happy video, so I'll stop. GameFuel returned for other promos over the years, including Call of Duty Advanced Warfare in 2014, Black Ops 3 in 2015, and again in 202021 for Vanguard.
See, I didn't know about all these ones, but then again, I jumped out of the fucking shooter space when, like, I think it was what? Black Ops 2
featured supply drops
when I jumped out.
Cosmetics like weapons and tactical gear. Oh yeah, I forgot about supply drops. That was a whole other headache.
Supply
drops? In hindsight, I feel like they weren't as bad as some of the stuff we have now, because with supply drops, you at least get to keep whatever's in there, and it's like a lottery system, so it can be addictive, and that's not good. But I feel like as long as
I didn't know anything about this,
enough stuff to get supply drops in game, they weren't that bad. It was the microtransactions to buy them that I feel like became the problem. Even
I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know that they had a supply drop system. Interesting.
Auto manufacturing
fucking way to make money.
Got in on the action, as Jeep created multiple in 2012. About 2,000 of the Black Ops editions were made, and 15.
Yeah, I did know about this actually. I remember when they advertised this. Jeep, my aunt thought about getting one.
Modern Warfare 3 Jeeps, and every time I saw it out at like Subway, it was the coolest thing ever. But of course, the promotions didn't end at just products, as Call of Duty had some very famous commercials. If you're watching any TV during the late 2000s and 2010s, you likely caught at least some of Activision's ad campaigns for the Call of Duty games. The company dumped hundreds of millions of dollars into promotional materials, including several star-studded commercials featuring celebrities and regular Joes engaged in military combat. When Treyarch did the ad campaign for Black Ops with the "There's a hero in all of us" mantra,
I remember that fucking campaign. That wasn't a bad one. It was kind of cringe.
A lot of celebrity performances,
but like
in the trailer. Robert Downey Jr.
You were fucking hyped for the game, so you looked past it,
Ran through a battlefield firing a rifle. And Jimmy Kimmel and Jonah Hill fired RPGs as nurses, a hotel concierge, a deli worker, and even a 10-year-old girl, all engaged in warfare around.
Yeah. So it made you feel like you're playing with the star. Sorry about the ads again. Just gonna have to deal with them till fucking.
There's even a commercial where my friend Kyle, or as you know him, FPS Russia, made an appearance. They knew exactly how to hook their fan base, and it was kind of nice when all the commercials and advertising.
I forgot they did that shit.
Away, and I'd be okay with it. However, I think one thing that Call of Duty
it's been so long. It feels like so long since like the gaming space was actually in touch with gamers. Like actually, because that is probably the most fan service. Like ignore all the other like celebrities and everything else, but like having an actual YouTuber that is promotes the content and is adjacent to the content is way more fan servicey and way more like, hey guys, we're listening to you, we know too, than probably anything we've gotten in a long time.
That was social for the time. and is one of the most memorable things about the entire series to me, is Call of Duty Elite. Riding the momentum of the Modern Warfare and Black Ops franchise's popularity, Activision, now Activision Blizzard, created Call of Duty Elite, which was a short-lived online service available for 2 years between 2011 and 2013. Or as comedian TJ Miller explained,
my setup is on my chest. I was gonna say I'm currently
social network.
Pause it. I'm currently laying in bed because I'm bedridden right now. My back fucking went out on me, so I figured while I'm laying here I'd just react to videos. So yeah, that's why I'm all laid up like this.
Had a baby, and they gave that baby
also,
a flamethrower.
So if it
features like detailed analysis of multiplayer matchups,
if the video's glitchy and everything else, it's also because I'm on a shitty laptop, and I'm just sorry about that. I'm trying here, man.
But it also had a paid premium tier, which came with DLC and granted players access to exclusive competitions where they could win any number of prizes. There was truly nothing like it at the time. These tournaments were really cool. So anyone who had
I didn't know anything about
premium membership,
I probably would have tried so much harder
in-game bonuses,
at fucking playing
skins and stuff like that. But they would also have these rolling tournaments. So every week or every other week, there would be a tournament around a specific game mode, like Capture the Flag or Domination.
Yeah, I genuinely didn't know this.
Anyone who signed up for the tournament and then just went to Modern Warfare 3, at least when I was playing, it was Modern Warfare 3. I think one of the Treyarch entries was involved with Elite as well. But again, Modern Warfare 3 was the main one I remember. After you register, you just go.
That's just wild, because I played Modern Warfare 3, like, a lot. I didn't play it as much as Modern Warfare 2, but I played it a lot, and I don't remember ever seeing anything about this.
Warfare 3, play that game mode, and all of your stats.
Maybe I was too busy playing fucking Skyrim.
To the Elite leaderboard is based on whoever got the highest scores on the leaderboard. And some of these prizes were really cool. A lot of the time it would be like in-game stuff or maybe a poster or something. But I remember one time, like one of the first tournaments I played, the deal was like you got a skateboard and a helmet and like a little...
You got an actual skateboard for beating people in Modern Warfare 3? Like, for real?
Like a tiny half pipe or something like that. And I didn't even skate, but I really wanted the Call of Duty skateboard.
What?
I probably...
Wait, for real? That's insane. Like, you never see anything like that from, like, any type of developer at all anymore. That's wild. Like, this is so, like, I can't believe we don't have shit like this anymore. Like, this is even more incentivizing than if they offered a cash prize to me, you know?
But it was really cool at the time. I'm also pretty sure some of the Jeeps, or at least some additional Jeeps, were part of the rewards for these Elite tournaments. It was a huge deal, and again, I don't remember...
Especially if, like, they didn't sell enough, they probably had them left over.
2011. Now, most memorable...
Write it off as advertising and the business expense.
If you're a normal person. The paid tier of Elite had a video streaming service called Elite TV. It was a streaming service for shows that were entirely related to Call of Duty.
Oh, for real? Oh, shit. Sorry about the ads yet again. One day I'll get YouTube Premium. That's kind of cool, though, actually.
The service had a program called Friday Night Fights, which versus Navy, firefighters versus police, even NBA players like Dwight
I think
Howard
I did hear about this,
John
actually.
Wall. There's also a digital
I think I did
series
actually
called
hear about
Noob
this.
Tube, based on the nickname for the grenade launcher throughout the Modern Warfare series. Or, you know, the way losers played Call of Duty. Hosted by Andrew
Hey, wait a minute. The Noob Tube is fucking integral to the culture of Call of Duty, because then you knew who the losers were. While they might be losers, they were the ones having the most fun. Let's be honest. Because it was me. I was having the most fun. I was the loser.
Yes, the comedian from the Bad Friends podcast. NoobTube was a clip very similar to Tosh.0 or Ridiculousness, only with user-submitted clips from Call of Duty matchmaking instead of YouTube videos. Santino would comment and make jokes as the clips played. So here's a fun fact. When I was 12, I really wanted to be on NoobTube. So I made a clip in Modern Warfare 3's theater mode and submitted it to NoobTube, And I didn't know this at the time, but any submissions would get posted to a YouTube channel, I guess. Like, they would get backed up there for storage sake. And I never made it onto the show, but that clip is still up on YouTube to this day.
That's cool.
Now, it's not a good clip,
The
but I
Wendigo,
was 12 and desperate, and this
the
was the
fucking
coolest thing I
Wendigo YouTube crossover you didn't know about.
could do. There was even a series called Cocked Hammers, which starred Jason Bateman, Will Arnett, and Eddie. The entire series takes place in-game with avatars who resemble the cast as they wreak havoc on the digital world around them. So yes, Jason Bateman, Will Arnett, Justin Theroux, some massive stars. You have like half the cast of Arrested Development just for this Call of Duty streaming service. And they're still up on YouTube. You can go watch them. They only ever made 2 episodes, to my knowledge.
I might go watch
those. They are
those.
so cheesy and
That
such a
sounds-
relic of the time. It is
That
fantastic.
sounds great,
All of this
actually.
to
I
say
want to
that
go check
Call of
that
Duty
out.
was and still is a massive, culturally significant franchise that benefited from an absolute boatload of money being poured into it. Again, if you're younger or didn't play Call of Duty in its heyday, it may be confusing why a series that is as divisive as it is now is as popular as it is. But just going off of how huge the...
Back in the day, if you had friends and your friends played video games, doesn't matter if you were like the RTS kid, it didn't matter if you were the RPG kid, it didn't matter if you were the Sims kid, it didn't matter if you were like you only played shooters, like you were the Halo guy, it didn't matter what you were in gaming, we all met on this battlefield together. We all came together and we met here to settle the scores. Like, this is where you came for that. Like, instead of getting on your phone for that couple seconds of dopamine, like Candy Crush and whatnot, this is what you went to for those couple seconds of dopamine. Because you were able to jump in, play 10 minutes, fast action, fast fun, get out. That was it. And everybody knew it, and everybody was about it. And that's just why it was so good, because it played well. You had lots of customization. Like, it was starting to go somewhere with the fucking level system and everything. It's too bad it got fucking replaced by battle passes and such, and like skins and everything. I really wish we would have like a system like that back in again. But
series was back
yeah,
then,
I'll let him
it
continue.
makes sense as to why it's continued for so long. But all of that cultural significance doesn't come without some backlash, because it has also faced its share of criticism. Given the history of video game controversies, usually with violence as the centerpiece, this isn't terribly surprising. After all, video games have been accused of being unnecessarily violent since as early as 1976. The game Death Race, a coin-operated arcade game found in...
As long as there have been Karens, as long as there have been upset mothers, as long as there have been pastors that have touched little boys, as long as video games have been in the same ecosystem as those individuals, video games will always be in controversy. They have always been in controversy, and they will always be in controversy in the future. Until we get rid of those groups or video games cease to be, whichever happens first, I know which one I prefer. Oh, we're just going to always have this level of controversy.
Amusement parks had players controlling a car to run over gremlins, which basically just look like human stick figures.
Is she texting someone behind your back?
The game attracted the outrage of the National Safety Council, with some demanding it to be removed from parks. But I'm sure, as many of you know, the most famous video game controversy came in 1992 with Mortal Kombat. With graphic, photorealistic for the time, player-controlled characters ripping out each other's backbones, snatching body parts out of faces, and so forth,
Like,
the
thank
furrow
God
over
they were
Mortal
able to cross
Kombat's
that line.
fatalities was intense. The outrage even led to Senate hearings, led by Joe Lieberman.
Like
and
video
Herb
games
Kohl,
being
who discussed games like Mortal
uncensored has
Kombat and what
been
they
one of the
viewed as
best
potentially
things,
damaging
like,
effects
fucking
on
ever.
children and adolescents.
For
The release
fun,
of more
anyways.
controversial titles like Wolfenstein and Doom, which were some of the earliest first-person shooters, fully put the player in the perspective of the character on screen, making the violence feel more immersive and personal than ever before. I know what you're seeing on screen is incredibly
about
tame
that.
compared to what we have now, but this was a big deal at the time. The outcry of these games became so extreme that the games industry decided to regulate
Which
it
is wild. We gotta fucking regulate that. Like, we can't let that go on anymore. Holy shit. How did you go on this long?
Implementing the ESRB, or Entertainment Software Rating Board, today uses a content rating similar to the MPA, formerly known as the MPAA, which assigns ratings to theatrical movies. Despite the self-regulation, the controversies continued. There was the 1998 release of Grand Theft Auto, which set the precedent for every GTA that would come afterwards to anger parents who didn't want their children doing things.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say this was the one that everybody knew that like gaming was always gonna be controversial. It didn't matter. This is the one that proved it. Like before, it was kind of like, okay, maybe people will calm down. This is the one that like they knew we were gonna be issues. We were gonna be issues, and we're always gonna be issues.
It's like killing prostitutes, stealing cars, shooting at the police. Which, you know, seems ridiculous to me. You don't know what your child is. You don't know what they're going to be one day. You don't know what skills they're going to need to have. Just
Yeah, who's to say they're gonna fucking run somebody over? You don't know that. I was gonna say, who's to say that them running someone over wasn't justified? Like, who knows? You don't know the context. Who are you to judge them beforehand?
let them figure out their own path. But things took an especially dark turn in 1999 when two seniors at Columbine High School...
Also, imagine not trusting your kids so much that you think that them witnessing something like that is going to make them want to replicate it. Like, genuinely. Like, imagine that. Like, you're like, oh shit, like, yeah, I know my kid's gonna be a serial killer if he sees someone get murdered and, like, in a simulation. Like, oh my god. The logical leap. It just makes no sense. Oh shit. Oops.
I swear this is going somewhere. At Columbine High School in Colorado.
Oh yeah, this was a big one. I was gonna say they directly blamed Doom.
Others, and perhaps spawning a new, continuing wave of similar violent incidents around the United States for decades to come. As authorities investigated the shooter's background, they found, among other things, that the teens had created several custom levels in Doom and Duke Nukem meant to mimic the layout of school. This poured kerosene on the already hot subject of video game violence across the country.
Okay, yeah, I said GTA was the one. No, yeah, he's dead on. He's dead on. This is the one that like started the tire fire that's been burning ever since. Yeah, I'd say that was probably the one.
With some people discussing outright bans of such games. Several of the Columbine victims' families filed a federal lawsuit against 25 different media companies, including game developers, for their role in the death of the victims.
Damn, Nintendo got wrapped up into that?
Dismissed years later, the conversations continued. And as technology continues
That's insane,
to advance,
just because they put fucking Doom on the N64.
Graphics and alternate reality or VR games may contribute in a higher level of violence.
So wait, did it hold up?
Technology continues to advance. A lot of people wonder if the conversations continue.
His name down lawsuit included. Wait.
Federal lawsuit against 25 different media companies, including game developers, for their role in the death of the victims. While the suit was dismissed years later.
Okay, dismissed. That's why it doesn't hold up.
As technology
Okay.
a lot of people
I was gonna
wonder
say
if
if
the
that
rise in
passed through, then that
graphics
means
and
technically
alternate reality
any
or VR games
console
may contribute
or
higher
like company that publishes a game that may be used to simulate real violence would then be held accountable. That would be insane. Like, that would actually be insane.
level of violence as people play violent games in these settings. And with that setting in mind, we of course go to Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. The first Modern Warfare title was developed by Infinity Ward and published by Activision, and was released in 2007 for Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, and the PC. Modern Warfare was a notable departure from the franchise's usual World War II setting. The game was a breakout success, winning multiple Game of the Year awards and selling 7 million copies in the first 3 months alone.
Yeah. That one, like, I remember it being alright. I think I got it for the Wii. I don't think I actually got it
And
for
most
any
importantly,
of the
of course, it
This-
conversation
he's
of
talking
video game violence. Probably
No,
due to
I
its
didn't really
size and
play,
presence. One of the first
Modern
levels of Modern
Warfare
Warfare
1.
1, the coup, specifically level 3, the same level that takes the player through the opening credits, is a largely cinematic experience in which the player controls the president of Saudi Arabia, who is captured by opposing forces during a coup. In the level, you watch through the president's POV as his supporters are executed by opposition forces in the middle of the street. At the very end of this level, you, the player, playing as President Al-Fulani, is executed on international television by these forces. Now, I would argue that this highly impactful moment was important for the story and the development
And the
of
shock
video games
value.
as a genre, and
the
impactful
shock
to a lot of
value.
young people when it comes to
And the
like how
shock
violence can be
value.
used as an effective medium in storytelling. But
And
parents
the
didn't care
shock
about that. They
value.
just cared because, you know, gross. That wasn't even the only controversial thing in the first Modern Warfare.
Gonna say that the main reason it was put into the game was because of all those other reasons he stated, but it was mainly because of the shock value, because they knew the shock value was going to get the Karens talking.
I remember the nuke segment in Shock and Awe and Aftermath getting a ton of heat.
Well, that's true as well, also. Not only did it get the Karens talking, but it also got gamers talking. Oh shit, did you know that, like, that part at the beginning, holy shit, you got executed? That was wild, man. Like, I never thought, like, that was insane.
Set about the mission where Captain Price goes to shoot Zakhaev back in Chernobyl, all guilty. The nation, or like the fact that they were going to assassinate instead of being in an open conflict, that made people mad. It's so interesting because like old World War II games never got this criticism, but as soon as you bring it into the modern age and the characters you're playing as start using guns that the people on the news have, everyone gets afraid. It's like when it's old, when it's World War II, they're able to disconnect in their mind warfare then and warfare now, but as soon as what they're looking at in the video game looks like the same thing they look at on
the exact thing he's describing right now, Rick and Morty captured fucking beautifully in their when they were escaping from the fucking face huggers, and instead of performing a 9/11 they performed a Pearl Harbor, and somehow that was supposed to be better because it was an older tragedy. Like, what? It's still a tragedy where thousands of people died. How? What?
news, it's hands off. Call of Duty kept up this trend. 1 year later, a group of unarmed enemy soldiers to complete an objective. Or at least that's how most people saw it. It's during the mission Eviction. I'm pretty sure if you just walk up to them, the other Russians will kill them. Alternatively, you can light them on fire. However, after World at War, Infinity Ward came back to the helm, ready to make Modern Warfare 2.
I don't know why that got me so hard.
Two. And it seemed that, playing as the president of Saudi Arabia, and had to do the most controversial thing Call of Duty has ever been a part of. You know it, No Russian. No Russian takes place in a fictional airport in Moscow, Russia. The airport itself being named the Zakhaev International Airport, based on the villain from the first game, where the player, an undercover CIA agent, helps several Russian gunmen massacre dozens of civilians at the airport.
Yep.
The attack is meant to appear as if carried out by Americans.
I remember
So
this.
as the level begins and the player character
Was
rides
this in
up
the
an
first
elevator
one?
with the other gunmen, the game's antagonist,
I thought this was in the second one.
Vladimir Makarov, says,
Did I hear him
"Remember,
wrong?
No Russian." a step in executing a false flag on the United States. The elevator doors open and the Russians step out, open fire on innocent civilians. Using machine guns, rifles, and grenades, people run, hide, and scream. It all feels very real. And although a small handful of security and police fire back, they're no match for your powerful weaponry. It's a massacre.
I was going to say,
while,
it's for the
some
shock
people
value.
cower in corners, others tried to drag their wounded friends to safety, only to be met by a hell of gunfire. As the player, you wield a light machine gun and are encouraged to, quote, follow Makarov's lead, but otherwise are given no other instruction. After
I was going to say, you don't have to shoot the people if you don't want to.
The crew makes it to an ambulance at the loading docks at the far end of the airport. Before the van can take off, however, Makarov shoots you in the chest, revealing that he knew you were an undercover American the whole time. Your dead body will further fuel the notion that the United States was indeed behind this attack, playing right into the villain's hand and launching the world into World War III.
Oh, damn.
Now, in my Modern Warfare retrospective, I talk about how I think this level is very important. It does justice to a touchy subject. It is a powerful motivator for the rest of the events of...
No, a hell of a setup. Not only do you get the initial shock value of literally having the player shoot up an airport, but then you have the twist that you're killing the player character, and then the twist that because the player was there in the first place is going to further fuel the villain's plan, is not only genius on a marketing level and a possible gameplay level, but a story level in general, because now you've got me hooked and engaged.
Of the trilogy. Parents who were afraid of their kid getting access to a game that contained blood or words like dance might as well have been the Antichrist.
Yeah,
something you may
100%.
not know is that while the level's content might have caused controversy, even if it had been revealed at launch, the issue was further exacerbated by the fact that gameplay video of only this level leaked onto several sites ahead of time, including on YouTube and a user-submitted section of CNN's website. So people saw no Russian before Modern Warfare 2 even came out. This
Oh, it was Modern Warfare 2. Okay, it was the second one.
The game as a whole. A full month before the game's official release, with most gaming publications running stories on the footage and many traditional news outlets covering it as well. I have distinct memories of thinking it was really cool to see Call of Duty on the news stations my dad watched, only to immediately get berated about how violent and awful.
Oh, I fucking been there. Man, when you see the thing you love on the news and you think you have an opportunity to finally, like, make a connection with your fucking parent, or, like, to finally, like, get that level of relatability that even they want, like, because they've been taking you to do shit that they like to do, so that way you can have something to bond over, and you think you have that opportunity for it to only turn into a lecture. Woo! That's an eye-opener. Let me tell you, talk about never talking to your parents about what you like again. Exactly.
Call of Duty individual was ever identified as leak. And while it would have been a very risky decision on the part of Infinity Ward and or Activision, if the level was intentionally leaked, well, it worked. I mean, the national conversation absolutely exploded.
Let me tell you, it was intentionally leaked. Like I said at the beginning of this, I believe Call of Duty is a psyop, and I believe it's a very effective one. And it has used controversy to its favor.
Over the controversy, giving the game several
like
weeks.
Most good video games, by the way. I want to preference this. Most good video games use controversy to their favor to sell more copies.
It's worth a free press and cementing the franchise's status as one of, if not the, most culturally relevant titles of the 2000s. Ask a random guy on the street to name 5 video games, Call of Duty is going to be one of them. And I guarantee you it wasn't that way before 2009. If they did leak it, I mean, it would make sense. Other than the free press, I'm sure a lot of people who weren't familiar with the series wanted to buy the game just to see what the context of that level could possibly be.
And the context is fucking good, too. It's not like...
Everything is being watched from the basement, and and control from the basement.
What were you doing there?
I was targeting certain individuals.
Especially since Call of Duty at the time was... Activision confirmed that the footage was in fact legit, adding credibility to the theories that they allowed the leak in the first place. Hey, Activision,
they
we
put it
saw
out
the
there.
leak and
Of
we
course
just
it's
wanted to know if the airport terrorist attack is legit. Yes. Oh, okay. Is there anything else you want to tell us about? Goodbye. But would a publisher ever do something like that? Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, for example, I mentioned Grand Theft Auto earlier. And as far as mainstream games go, it's probably the most controversial of all time. And it sits at the top of numerous record books in every category. The fact that Activision had a response ready to go, ran a ton of trailers that played a lot of No Russian.
They put it out there. Come on. Like, come on.
Footage and benefited immensely from the publicity makes it seem possible. Now, what were some... Well, if you want to know what the agencies that pay for and cover forever wars do when you start to imply that innocent people may get caught up in those wars on occasion, to give a short list, The Mirror accused the game of making light of terrorist atrocities, which I would argue it was doing the opposite, but whatever.
I would agree with Windigoon on that one. It was definitely doing the opposite. If anything, it was putting a light on how terrorists can be manipulative to even greater extents than we can even anticipate.
And if you think it was, the development team seemed to be just as, if not more, divided on the inclusion of No Russian. The level polarized the studio.
I could see why. I could definitely see why, because I could see at that point in time when it, like, controversy sells, yes, but with the political space at the time and how terrorism was viewed, especially then, after fresh after 9/11, and well, not fresh, but it was like fresh-ish, fresher than it is now, anyways. I could see why people were like, bro, you're going to end our career if we do this. And then someone else going, no, I'm going to start it.
The team split on their feelings regarding how far was too far. Some wanted the player to play as a police officer attempting to stop the carnage. And Mohammed Alavi, the level's primary designer, said that initially the player was supposed to take out Makarov and the other gunmen before engaging in a firefight with armed soldiers in the airport. But according to Alavi, this made the level feel just like a typical Call of Duty mission, cheapening the message and making the whole thing feel gimmicky. I mean, if you're going to make a level that deals with something as serious as a terrorist attack, then it's a little disingenuous to have your player character swoop in and save the day. Then you're not making a story about a terrorist attack, you're making it about a hero fantasy that uses a terrorist attack as a set piece. It's also just kind of cool from a Call of Duty storyline perspective that the biggest villain or most remembered villain from the franchise, Makarov, was originally intended to die here, but because of how they rewrote the level, he continued to be an antagonist through the rest of the game.
And that's also fair as well, because if they had written it the other way, he wouldn't have been there, and he wouldn't have the charisma he had originally either, because the shock value wouldn't be tied now to the character, because now you have a sense of menace to this character. He's now smart and cunning because he outwitted the player character. He's vicious and brutal because he was able to gun down fucking an airport full of innocent people. He's obviously vile because I just said he gunned down an airport full of innocent people. He makes up everything you need in an antagonist. And it's all conveyed perfectly in one mission.
And into Modern Warfare 3, and I'm sure their idea to have the players stop Makarov in this mission was... It's interesting that the level that introduced players to Makarov and established his evil throughout the rest of the franchise was also the level that the rewriting of it coincidentally allowed him to exist in the first place, at least as we know him.
Oh my god, I don't... Well, actually, I do care about the ultras. I'll probably...
I know our odds.
Comes out in 2 days.
To make the level truly impactful than they would for a typical mission. For the NPCs, the devs needed to motion capture specific movements, including the civilians hiding and running in fear. Many of the motion cap and voiceover actors actually broke down in tears while recording their lines.
I could see that.
There was also the brutal decision to limit the player's movement speed to that of a slow walk. As I'm sure many of you played the game.
Oh yeah, they make you go slow, so you can fucking impact, like take in the impact.
Is disabled, forcing the player.
Because if you weren't able to look at what you did, what's the point, you know?
Unfolds. And since the dev team abandoned their initial plans to make the massacre merely part of a standard mission, and instead leaned into the concept, making the carnage take place across the entire length of the airport, that slow pace is even more painful than it otherwise could have been. Even individually, some of the developers were conflicted, going back and forth on how to handle.
I think they should have sped it up just a little bit, but like still kept it like slow.
From the civilians, until his wife called out the decision, telling him it was a cop-out. Now that right there, that is a good woman. And not just to say, haha, more blood. Like I said, if you are making something that relates to real tragedies,
I would say,
don't
good
pull your
woman.
punches. If you have something to say it. Because any amount that you do to lessen the impact of it lessens the statement you're making about real-world violence.
Yeah, especially like if you're actually trying to say something, why would you make a half point instead of making a full point? Making a half point is only going to get half results, or only going to get half the resonance as a full point will get. I really need to apply that to my videos now that I think about it, because most of my videos are fucking half points that I try to turn into full points.
And you can even lessen it to a degree, like if they made the hero come in and save the day and everyone who died was just like pixels on a screen rather than something that felt like tangible pain, then you're making a joke out of something that matters. When it came time to QA test the game, multiple industry veterans who were brought in to play test the game simply refused to even play No Russian.
Really?
With the level,
I mean, I could see that.
On the
I easily could see that.
Developer estimates stated that about half of their QA testers chose not to fire a single shot during the level. Okay, I was gonna make a joke about how goofy it is for the initial QA testers to like pause the game and set down the controller because they refuse to play. But realistically, do you see how cool of a dynamic they've created? They have made a level so divisive that you have some people probably who play it normally, you have some people who walk through but refuse to participate, only witness, and you have some that won't even be.
As a game developer, to get those results in a test, I think I would be satisfied. I would be so satisfied because, like he said, it means you have now, you made something divisive. You made something that actually does say something.
Bear witness. All in a fictionalized event that you've put in a Call of Duty game. If you ever have a reaction that varied to something you make, you are on the right path. I think now, especially with video games, we're so kind of calloused to pretty much anything.
I would be so
satisfied. At the time
satisfied.
when there was still conversation about controversies and games being too violent, there's this window of opportunity where you could do something special with it. You could tell engaging stories that went there, that went too far in some cases. And Call of Duty certainly did that. And
I'm gonna plug myself here, just because I have made one thing in my entire game dev career that has been, it's a full point. I don't know if it's divisive, but I'm gonna plug Money Farm here, and I've never plugged Money Farm ever, and barely advertised it. A lot of people don't like it. I've never met a person that did like it, because it deals with suicide, and it deals with the crushing reality of being in debt and not having a way out. And it deals with that topic without any of the floweriness, any of the attention seeking, any of that nature of it. It just shows the cruel reality of what it really is. And I would like to think that I had a similar reaction to that as they had to their game. I would like to think. Like I said, I've never met anybody that actually likes it. So I might have only gotten the back half of the reaction. Oh, by the way, one of the direct fucking reviews for the game is that if you have mental health, and I'll say it here too, if you do have mental health, don't play the game. Just don't play it. Just genuinely don't play it. It will trigger you. It's fucking, it's hard. And it's hard and it's boring. That's its real sin, is that it's boring. If I had made it more engaging and more actual, like if I had the experience I have now and poured it into it with the message I wanted to say, it'd probably be a 10 times better game.
And despite, again, where the series has gone now, I think it certainly earned its place. In regions outside the US and the UK, various bans and modifications were made to the game as a result of the level. In Russia, for example, Modern Warfare itself was supposedly facing a partial ban, but Activision removed the level entirely to avoid further issue. Which I guess in that game, if you don't even have access to know Russian, it's just like, we've got to go get Makarov, and then the next level stops, and it's like, Makarov has killed hundreds, and you're like, what? In Germany and Japan, to comply with local censorship laws and regulations, the player wasn't allowed to shoot civilians or the game would end. And despite how horrifying and tragic no Russians for some, the devs did seem to do their due diligence to reduce the amount of harm that came from it. First of all, players could opt out of the mission.
Yeah, you can just straight skip the mission.
At the start of the
I do remember that.
Informed them that they could skip the mission at any time without penalty. There's also the option to skip the mission immediately before starting it. Which I also can't explain to you how insane that was to play like a mainstream video game for the first time, and a menu comes up that says what you are about to see is incredibly graphic, disturbing. Do you want to skip? I feel like a lot of games,
honestly, the fucking hype. Like, I get it's there for like people to like decide if they want to see it or not. But the minute that screen popped up, my little brain went, oh, we're in for it. Oh, we're in for it. Good, now. Let's see what you got. And we clicked yes, and we saw what they got, and it was great.
Even Call of Duty have recycled that afterwards to lesser objective to follow Makarov's lead.
Oh, fucking
Dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave.
At no point were players instructed to do anything, let alone shoot civilian single shot and without killing anyone. Granted, the end of the mission where the police are attacking would be more difficult to do unless you shot them. But if you just threw flashbangs and ran down the right side, you'd probably be fine. And also,
I was going to say, I ran through the entire mission and didn't do an entire shot. Like, didn't shoot once when I was a kid one time, and you can get through the entire mission without shooting.
What would you call the achievement for beating that level? What would you call the achievement for beating it on Veteran? Call of Duty always has cutesy names for their achievements. Why not this one? Also, could you imagine if they did put an achievement there and you were some kid who, like, their mom said don't play the airport mission, and you, like, get achievements through the whole game, but there's just that locked one staring at you, laughing. Now, a lot of what made No Russian so controversial was the general perception, which brings up a couple. Man, did it hit the first time you saw it? And aside from the objective to follow Makarov's lead, at no point were players instructed to do anything, let alone shoot civilians, even in the game markets where this was allowed. You could complete the mission without firing a single shot and without killing anyone. Granted, the end of the mission where the police are attacking would be more difficult to do unless you shot them. But if you just threw flashbangs and ran down the right side, you'd probably be fine. And also to make sure that no one lost out on the game other than story elements if they didn't want to play No Russian, there were no trophies or achievements associated with
there just weren't any.
Which brings up a couple points. What would you call the achievement for beating that level? What would...
All right, what would I call it? Well, one, You could have just straight called it No Russian and been not creative about it. You could have gone with an achievement called Saintly Saints, where you got an achievement for not shooting a single person. You could have gotten fucking Satan's Little Bastard, or like, let's see. Oh, that's fucked. You could have gotten head count if you make sure you only get headshots throughout the fucking entirety of the level. Let's see. Oh god. What else could we do? What's another clever one? I feel like I got another clever one in me. Achievement for No Russian. Most of the ones that I can think of are like airport security check things. So like I'm thinking more like fucking like metal detector didn't go off this time, or like can't hide that in your shoe, or imagine if that was in a soap bottle, or like just stuff like that, like all those things that they like make you do while you're in line at the airport. Or you could have done what is it, flying high, I guess. You could have done shot through the heart for the end of the mission. Honestly, shot through the heart and you're to blame actually probably would fit that one really well. Let's see. You could have named it No English for the Russian version. Like named it No, like the achievement No English instead of No Russian. But yeah, anyways.
Would you call the achievement for beating it on veteran? Call of Duty always has cutesy names for their achievements. Why not this one? Also,
for beating it on veteran? Oh, I didn't even think about for beating it on veteran. Hard mode for gunning down innocent people. That was easy.
But there, and you were some kid who like their mom said don't play the airport mission, and you like get achievements through the whole game, but there's just that locked one.
Yep.
Staring at you, laughing. Now, a lot of what made No Russian so
Oh, you could have made it Don't Tell Your Mom also, like doing the tongue-in-cheek thing, like referencing the controversy. You could have done that too.
Was the general perception of video games at the time. Although plenty of games already contain deep, meaningful story arcs and mature themes, the general public largely consider them to be something for children, or at best, mindless entertainment. Most people at the time wouldn't have thought twice about a film or TV show depicting a terrorist attack on civilians, but partly due to the perception of what a video game should be, such a depiction was considered by many to be out of bounds. To them, Call of Duty wasn't the right place for thought-provoking points of view or challenging narratives.
Now, I think Call of Duty has had direct crossovers with the United States military, so I feel like calling them a possible PSYOP isn't that crazy. Like, actually.
But
it'd be like saying, like, if Fortnite and Disney were in bed together is a conspiracy.
Actually, this very controversy that forced the non-gaming public to start seeing games as more than just a pastime for children. The conversation about what games are and what their statement games were not saying that Modern Warfare, but to a lot of adults who had no interest in video games up until then, this was the first thing they saw to make them think of video games as something more than just Mario or Donkey Kong. No longer were games just
I was going to say, this clearly wasn't for
teenagers
kids.
past the time.
It literally had the M for mature moniker on it.
where narratives had the ability to change players' perceptions on real-world issues, immersing you in the perspective of somebody else unlike any other form of entertainment. Because of this, many call No Russian a watershed moment for games, or at least the public perception of them. Now, given their success,
watershed moment. I wonder what he means by
with
that.
telling stories and
I don't
shaping
think I've heard
narratives,
that before.
it shouldn't surprise anyone that the rise of video games has also garnered the attention of good old Uncle Sam, aside from, you know, wanting to ban things. After all, the United States government is no stranger to using entertainment media.
Oh yeah, they love to ban it if they
Over
don't
the
think they
decades,
can
they have
control
worked
it.
hand in hand with Hollywood, placing ads on television and collaborating with movie studios to craft
I was gonna say
messaging
fucking
that fits
Disney
their
and them were in
recruiting
bed
objectives,
hardcore together
tactical
for
pursuits,
propaganda.
and much more. Which explains why three-letter agencies
Hell,
like the
probably
DoD
still are.
and America's military would have great interest in using games to reach the masses and spread their messaging. After all, gaming revenue dwarfs that of the film industry. It's not even close. In 2022, for example, the theatrical box office brought in $26 billion across all films. That's pretty huge, right? In 1 year, one industry brought in $26 billion.
That is
right?
actually kind
That's
of insane. Like 26 billion for any industry is like fucking wild. Like actually, that's enough to make any capitalist fucking turn their head and go, well, what are we doing over here? I like the look of that. You like the look of that?
2022, the video game industry brought in $189 billion. Or in other words, over 7 times the amount of revenue that all of film brought in. And sure, while that number doesn't factor into home video and merchandising for these films, you can see why the US military-industrial complex has been so eager to use the massive reach of the gaming industry for its purposes. I mean, if we know the
You wanna call
military
it
and
that?
government are as involved with movies as they are, why would they not be involved in an industry that is 7 times that of movies? But is there any credibility to the idea of video games and the government or Department of Defense working together? Well, in the mid-90s, the United States Marine Corps modified a copy of Doom 2, which they called Marine Doom, to use as a training simulator.
Well, I feel like that's pretty fucking blatant if I've ever seen it. And that's before Call of Duty even. So, like, who's to say that they weren't already funding Call of Duty for, like, propaganda purposes?
Later replaced the original assets.
The only reason, like, people will argue with me on that is because they, like, yeah. Never mind. I'll just shut the
Environments
fuck
from the
up and
game
let
in
it
order
play.
to reflect more realistic wartime scenarios, and was meant to enhance the tactical decision-making and coordination amongst fire teams in the field. By 2002, the U.S. Army had developed a war game sim, literally called American
Oh yeah, I literally just heard about this not long ago, and it's supposed to be really good. Like, it was so good it got like 2 or 3 sequels.
on Windows, Mac OS, Xbox, PlayStation, and would even become available on Android and iOS as a mobile game. The purpose of America's Army was twofold. The first was to give active military members basic training in weapons, tactical mission simulation, and team coordination, as well as situational awareness and decision-making. The second was to use the game as a recruitment tool and to build favorable PR with the general public. New and prospective recruits could also play the game before they enlisted, bridging the gap between civilian life and life in the Army.
Now imagine all of that without having to do the PR between the civilians and the Army, and then you got Call of Duty, you know?
Then there was Full Spectrum Warrior, released in 2004. The game was originally intended solely for training purposes, but was later adapted for a commercial audience. As with America's Army, Full Spectrum Warrior doubled as a PR effort for the U.S. military.
How much you want to bet the Full Spectrum Warrior was on the Spectrum?
To gain favor with Americans.
I bet his fucking favorite fucking flavor of crayon was blue.
A commercial success, selling over 1 million units across console and PC in just 2 years. It was positively reviewed and even received the Interactive Achievement Award for Innovation. So we know that in the early 2000s, the government was making video games for the purpose of training and straight up enlistment propaganda. So I'm sure after those were wildly successful, they just decided to quit doing it, right? They definitely didn't pour their funding into industries that were already doing it in order to accomplish the same thing only secretly, right? Perhaps what's most interesting about Full Spectrum Warrior is that it was co-produced by something called the USC Institute for Creative Technology.
Interesting.
But what was perhaps the most interesting about Full Spectrum Warrior is that it was co-produced by something called the USC Institute for Creative Technology
Didn't you just say that?
at the University of Southern California. Established in 1999, the ICT is a research center funded by the U.S. Army to develop VR, computer-based graphics, and artificial intelligence specifically to train and educate military personnel. So we
I think
have
I
a
did
company
actually hear
that
about
is
that.
funded by the government, and that
I think I actually heard about that on the news when it was happening. Like, and they even displayed like the like how you can run and jump and everything in the simulation.
company makes video games that go to help the government and encourage support and enlistment in the government. But the relationship between the military and games doesn't end there.
Yeah, literally it looked like this for the military.
The use of Xbox controllers, for example, is fairly prevalent throughout the American military and its allies. The Navy has been using these controllers to work critical parts of its submarines for
Oh, I
years.
did actually know
Soldiers in
that.
the Army
I
have been
did
photographed
actually
with
know
the
this
controllers strapped
also.
to their bodies, amongst the bottle of tactical gear.
It's
as they
considered one of
operate
the best
unmanned ground
controllers and
vehicles
one of the most
drones.
reliable
And this
controllers
isn't
ever.
likely a
It's
coincidence,
why it's
given how
almost
familiar a
barely
large
fucking
portion of the
changed
service
between
members should be
generations
with
also.
these controllers. In a sense, they've been training for this all their lives. That one I think is pretty cool, and it seems intuitive. I've been playing on video games my entire life, so it would be nice if I was doing a job that was literally life or death and needed a controller, they would give me the same controller that I've been using for decades. But for this video, what is the
Yeah, I was
connection between
gonna
the
say
military
that
and
shit's so
government?
instilled. Like, if someone handed me a controller and was like, pilot this aircraft, I could probably do it. As long as like everything is mapped the way it is on like a GTA game, we should be fine, and I should be able to land this thing. Like, we should be good.
And Call of Duty. Well, when it comes to COD specifically, there are multiple direct connections between the franchise and the U.S. military. I also want to clarify, I'm using military here kind of flippantly. Sometimes it's the Army, sometimes it's the Department of Defense. I'm just using military as a catch-all. Activision Blizzard and Treyarch have worked closely with the Pentagon, DoD, and various branches of the military over the years. Here's some examples. The Marine Corps is listed as collaborators for Call of Duty World at War. Dave Anthony...
Oh. Yeah, there you go.
The Marine Corps is listed as collaborators for Call of Duty World at
I
War.
think that's pretty
Dave
fucking
Anthony, a writer
blatant.
and producer on Call of Duty, was recruited by a former Pentagon official and former DoD appointee to advise a think tank in Washington on the future of war. He's on record saying that Treyarch worked closely with military advisors for installments in the franchise to ensure that props and details were based in truth, and consulted with a lieutenant colonel on the story for Black Ops 2. He also worked with members of...
Wait, I'm gonna go back. Says Anthony, I will never forget the stories he told me about the times he met the former Panamanian director, Manuel Noriega. There were so many details we could never have known about if it wasn't for his involvement. So he was directly involved with the government while working on Black Ops 2 to make sure that they were as close to, like, humanly possible to being military, like, to be as accurate as possible to the actual military. To the point that he even was, like, he met fucking, like, other foreign government officials.
And consulted with a lieutenant colonel on the story for Black Ops 2. He also worked with members of SEAL Team 6 and a Russian Spetsnaz soldier who wore mocap suits and contributed to lines of dialogue. In 2020, the Army sponsored Activision Blizzard's competitive Call of Duty.
Yeah, see, this is the one I remember. This is the one I actually directly remember, where I was like, "Oh, so we're just fucking saying it now." Like, they're directly in bed together.
Sports League, which that one is hilarious to me. The idea of the Army paying for a Call of Duty esports league. Because what is the Army if not super high stakes
Esports league?
And the year before, in 2019,
It really
the
is.
Army sponsored and assembled an esports team comprised of 30 active duty service members out of 7,000 who tried out to boost recruitment numbers after the army missed its recruiting goal for the first time in 12 years. Kids aren't willing to enlist and invade Syria? Start a new face clan. It's also funny to
He's not wrong, though. That's the fucked up part. And that's why I think it's a psyop. And it's like, after you lay it all out there, it looks blatantly fucking obvious that it's a psyop. Like, I know so many of my friends in school that not only played Call of Duty religiously, like I just said earlier in the video, like, we were all there. We all duked it out on that battlefield. I know that they immediately, as soon as we got into high school, were in ROTC and were even talking about it with me, trying to fucking indoctrinate my ass. Like, oh yeah, dude, it's just like real life fucking Call of Duty. Like, and when we get into the real military, we already are ranked and everything else. So like we get a higher pay grade and everything, like just trying to sell that shit to me. Like already fully brainwashed. But it worked. It worked so well. It's still working.
And then working really hard to be at the top of their team. And then they're like, all right, where are you sending me? And their command's like, Rust, 1v1, snipers only, no hard scope. Good luck out there, soldier. So, is Call of Duty a government psyop? Well, Call of Duty has between 90 and 100 million active monthly users worldwide. So it would stand to reason that the DoD would have the same interest in using this audio, as well as raise the public profile of the American military, both at home and abroad. I think if you can make a case that movies and TV shows serve that purpose, then so do games. But when it comes to Call of Duty specifically, there have been several missions with real-world parallels throughout the game's history. Even in the recently released Modern Warfare 2, the very first mission bears striking similarities to the real-life assassination of Qasem Soleimani, an Iranian military officer killed by the US in 2020.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that they're just fucking putting military ops into the game. Like, so you can just... It's like when you train a football player, right? You run them through the playbook. You run them through the playbook over and over and over again. And as you add to the playbook, you add to the training. So if it is a psyop, then it makes sense to add more to the training, you know?
Soleimani. Not to mention that the Modern Warfare remakes absolutely love paralleling real-world events. Missions like Clean House are an example of no-knock raids. There are several missions where the set piece is a terrorist attack on public populations. And not to mention that one of the main antagonists is the US military, or at least General Shepard's involvement with it. And also, you know, Shadow Company, but they're PMCs that do work closely with the US military. And it wouldn't be the first time that government agencies use video games in the course of their work either. Documents released by Edward Snowden revealed that the DoD, FBI, and CIA would monitor conversations and transactions of players, collected user data, chat logs, and other forms of communication in games like World of Warcraft and Second Life, believing terrorists could use these games to plan attacks.
Well, they didn't do a good enough fucking job, because I remember, what was it? There was something, like they ended up catching them eventually, but I think it was because it was reported by actual players. But I think it was somewhere around like, I'd have to actually look it up again. It was a lot of money, but like people were dealing drugs over PSN and Xbox Live, and it was happening for years, like literal years, and nobody was doing anything about it. And it was one of the safest places to actually get on there and like do that sort of thing.
But that's more NSA spying than it is actually worrying about video game content itself. For one, all the stuff about Call of Duty using real-world military leaders and like real Spetsnaz soldiers in order to get the tactics right for the game, I think all that's cool. I think that's just creators and artists doing their due diligence to make sure they're doing something right. And especially with the OG Modern Warfare trilogy, it really pays off. And yes, while the military assists in several aspects of the video game being made, it seems that most of this is just so the equipment that's used and the tactics that are used are accurate in order to...
Well, yeah, it's so that way when they do things like sponsor your esports league or sponsor the game itself in general or give funding to it, it looks like it's like, yeah, it looks like they're doing one thing, but the real way to prove if it's a psyop is to see if the government is actually individually funding it, which there is no actual evidence or proof for, which is why it is a conspiracy and not pretty blatant. When you say that Call of Duty is researching and only using the military for research, well, then why are they funding their esports league? That's where I'm kind of like,
a skewed representation of the military, which I kind of have mixed feelings on, because on the one hand, yes, that could open the door to corruption, or perhaps the government trying to get their word in edgewise, trying to subtly get stuff into the game in order to, I don't know, drive favor for the military or whatever. But on the other hand, if you look at games they've assisted with, like Modern Warfare 2, that game has the main bad guy at the end as an American general. An American general, mind you, that betrayed you and is viewed as a hero to the United States. So if...
Good storytelling. Like, you could easily, like, I could easily sit here and say that they're using it to, like, use it as, like, a cover to be like, oh, yeah, why would we be a psyop because we made the bad guy a U.S. general and everything. But, like, at the end of the day, it's just more interesting for the main bad guy to be a U.S. general than just be another terrorist organization. That's why. And if you want people to engage with your propaganda or engage with well, essentially what we're saying here is that Call of Duty is U.S. propaganda to get young boys to join the military. If you want them to engage with your propaganda, it's got to be interesting.
Potentially the military has their hand in game developers' pockets in order to get their favor across, then I don't know what the game devs could possibly be doing that the military's not already letting them do. I mean, if they're just there to make sure that everything is accurate and it all looks up to snuff, then I think that's a good thing. And if things like General Shepard being the traitor and the bad guy of the game and no Russian getting through just fine are what the military censored, then what on earth were the original scripts? In conclusion, there's no doubt that video games have had a tremendous impact on individual lives and our culture as a whole, and Call of Duty specifically.
A good question, actually. It probably was things that actually painted the United States in a bad light. Like, shedding light on fucking, like, us doing, like, our own terrorist, like, fucking psyops and shit like that.
Solid Squad, DPS, Healer, CC.
Games make so much money, and in turn, the people who make and market those games dump an equally shocking amount back into them. Like anything else, the US government and military are all too happy to harness that size and that power, psychological wars, even in our own backyards.
Oh no, 100%. I put nothing past our government.
Put up your Xbox. So is it a psyop? Potentially, probably. Do I care?
More than likely.
Not really.
And
if
yeah,
the
I don't care
objective
either.
Is to make the military look good and something I want to enlist in.
If it's propaganda, it's good propaganda. And the minute it becomes bad propaganda, that's when you need to call it out. The reason you know it's good propaganda is because it's working. And that's the biggest thing.
And then they've done a really bad job at that. But if it's teach me about the weapons and the soldiers involved, then they win, I guess. At the end of the day, I just want to drink a Code Red Mountain Dew, make my dad buy the 6-pack at the store so I have 3 hours of 30 minutes of double XP lined up, and once again be happy and forget about my own approaching mortality. These are just a few of the things about Call of Duty that I think people forget about far too frequently. The games were impactful for a reason. They were so important.
They were stupid, dumb fun that you could engage with fast and with friends online. And it was one of the first times you could do that other than Halo 2. That's why it was so successful. That's genuinely why it was so successful.
Important then that it's one of the main reasons they're still talked about now. And if you never got to play them in their heyday and experience the good old days of Call of Duty like I did, then maybe you understand at least a little bit more what this was about. And if you're like me and just wanted to click on this video to hear about the good old times before you knew you were dying, then you're welcome. Of course, the most important
I did half click on it for that, half click on it because I was wondering where he was going with all this.
Main channel video over the original trilogy is out by now, and the next trilogy, assuming that you all didn't hate that one, I'm recording this video before I post that first one over on the main, so if you all set the channel on fire and decided to kill me because of it, then I guess the second trilogy video won't be coming out, but hopefully that doesn't happen and I'm still posting.
Alright, I'm gonna stop him there before he keeps rambling. Holy shit. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna link the video to you guys. That was fun. Tell me in the comments down below if you believe if fucking or tell me in chat also if you believe that Call of Duty is a psyop used to indoctrinate young boys into the military. Well, anyways, oh, everything fucking glitched out on me real quick there. I think everything's fine still. Let's move on to the next one. Oh yeah, I have it. Helldivers 2 has crossed the line. What have get the shit out of here.
Can I still use this in it? Oh, perfect. Even better. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot me. No, I'm gonna hit the ship.
I'm gonna hit the ship. Oh, Jesus.
Did you blow it up on purpose? Or that just happened.
And we are here to... But don't worry, we are here nonetheless. In fact, I don't even want to finish this voiceover. I don't even want to promote the video and tell you guys to like and subscribe. I just want a propaganda-filled hell diving montage of us protecting Super Earth from those ugly squid
Democracy birth. Get in, boys! Go!
It's just them fucking playing the game. I'll skip through a little bit and make sure.
When we fight,
I'll skip through the video and see it. Make sure.
Yeah, we could pretend that was you.
Yeah, it was just them fucking about.
Some more mine.
Yeah, so we'll move on to the next. I'm looking for actual things I can talk about.
Jiblix was once RuneScape's most trusted player moderator. He was close with Jagex staff, admired by thousands, and seen as a model player. But then he stripped him of everything publicly.
The mod's so angry that they fucking decided to get rid of him forever. Let's see.
Followed was one of the most explosive community.
Well, they rioted over it.
Risings in RuneScape history.
Well, yeah, what could he say that was so
why
bad?
Did Jiblix speak out? Did he go too far? And why would Jagex punish him so RuneScape in mid-2006 when he first discovered the game? Like most players who started back
man,
then,
let me tell you back then, that's a fucking hit of nostalgia all the way back in 2006. I would sit for hours just fucking cutting wood on trees. That was it. I didn't do nothing else except for fish and cut wood. Just fucking fish and cut wood all day long. Practice a little fire making, cook some fish. It was, I don't even know why it was so engaging, but it was. I loved it, and I didn't even do anything. Half the time I was talking shit with some dude that was two things over, telling me how bad I was at fishing, and I was telling him that he was just a fucking loser.
it wasn't long until he was completely hooked and found himself playing the game for hours a day. After a few months of playing, he learned about another player's accomplishment, which would completely change the trajectory of his RuneScape career. A player named Mr. Fred had just become the first level 3 skiller to accomplish level 99 Runecraft, an amazing feat, especially back then. For those unfamiliar, a level 3 skiller is a player who avoids combat entirely, keeping their combat level RuneScape.
Which was me. I did not get engaged by RuneScape's combat. It was the most milquetoast combat I think I've ever seen in my life. Even engaging with the prayer system and the spells and everything wasn't that great. When I thought it was going to be, I even leveled those skills thinking that I was going to be engaged by them. And then when I went over to World of Warcraft, that was just so much better.
What? I can respect that.
I just think they're neat.
Ads, just more ads. Keep on. Ads. I think it's crazy.
In 2008, Giblix would abandon his original account and create a new one. This time, no matter what cool new combat-related content released, Giblix quickly got to work, and by the end of 2008, had already achieved level 99 in 5 different skills. He would also open a YouTube channel this same year, where he would both show off his accomplishments and create guides for other levels.
Because, yeah, what's the point of becoming level 99 if you can't share with people?
3 skill. His account quickly caught the attention of a few Jagex moderators, who Giblix would pretty much every time Giblix threw a party for reaching another 99, there would be at least one Jagex moderator in attendance and a handful of player moderators. It likely doesn't come as much of a surprise that in late 2009, Giblix would be invited to be a player moderator. The only power player moderators really had back then was the ability to temporarily mute players who they found to be breaking the game's rules. But the real perk of the job was...
So he got to come up and fucking... Oh god, I forget what the town's called, the fucking starting town in RuneScape, but he walked up in there and saw all the scammers and was like, okay. Log out.
And really still is...
Oh god, it's because I keep...
this...
Okay, there we go.
little silver crown next to your name. It lets you stand out in a sea of text and ensures that you'll never have a normal conversation ever again. At the same time, Giblix would also be invited to be a forum moderator, meaning he would now have a set of editing tools to remove or change.
I was going to say, it means that he's like pretty much in bed with Jagex.
Forum moderators didn't get any in-game benefits, but they got a little green crown next to their name when posting on the forums. Holding both roles at the same time was actually a really big deal and showed just how much April of 2010. Now, Dungeoneering being added is tragic enough. Accidental to 5. Now
oh,
ruined.
That's tragic. You can't even fucking undo that either. Like, yeah, that demolishes the integrity of his entire account. He's got to start again. Like, you can never throw another fucking skiller party either. Like, all those parties that, like, the mods and everything would come to, like, that's insane. Did it happen on purpose, or, like, what? Why, though?
Was obviously heartbroken, but instead of quitting the game, he chained on in every skill. Combat skills included. Although being a level 3 dual moderator was amazing and had turned him into a bit of a rising star in the RuneScape community, he remained quite popular even after changing roles. So much so that in 2010, Jagex invited him to their headquarters and gave him a free ticket to RuneFest for no other reason than just being one of their best moderators. Giblix may
That's
have been
probably actually one of the coolest things a fucking game developer can do. Like, not promoting, like, an upcoming event, not upcoming, like, update, no real promotion of it, just inviting him just fucking cuz he's cool and he's been promoting their game and they like his content. Like, that's fucking awesome.
But soon, he'd become one of their biggest problems. Things were about to get messy in RuneScape, but real life doesn't have to be. Father's Day is right around the corner, and this year it's time to get something Dad will act just any razor. It's packed with high-tech features that he'll love. It features a 360-degree contouring head, 2 interchangeable skin-safe blades, and flex-adjust technology, because his face isn't flat, and his razor shouldn't be either.
Well,
plus, it's
you don't know my dad's face might
for
be
easy
flat.
use and cleanup. It has up to
Face doesn't
75 minutes runtime on a single charge, and even includes a digital battery display, so no need to guess when it's time to recharge. If you're still not convinced, Manscaped also offers a 2-year warranty on powered devices. So use promo code Colanello for 15% off your entire order. That's 15% off.
There's an ad in the middle of
promo code Colanello at manscaped.com. Or if you
Really?
need it today, you can find Manscaped
that's
at a store near you.
It's a really good game.
Why use Grammarly over ChatGPT? Well, Grammarly offers expert writing suggestions.
2011, RuneScape was nominated for a Golden Joystick Award in the category of Free-to-Play Game of the Year, alongside
That's
World of Tanks
insane,
and
actually.
League of
That's how you
Legends.
know you got a
Now,
good game.
Jagex was
That's how you
developer
know
of
for a
this-
fact
sucked
you
from
have
the
hit fucking success. Jesus Christ, crashing the voting website.
in December of 2010. When used on another player, it awards a golden hammer with 2 unique emotes, one for each year they had won a golden joystick. Jagex hoped to add a 3rd emote soon, assuming they could secure another win in 2011. Just like previous times, they would simply put out a news post asking players to vote for them and hope for the best. This strategy had worked well for them in the past, so they were likely expecting yet another easy win, but this time they hadn't accounted for Giblix. Past viewing for over half a decade at this point, and in his eyes, the game was currently in a terrible spot. RuneScape was no longer the game he fell in love with, but why?
Oh, they pissed off their fans, and then they wanted to take it. So essentially, he had to become a martyr for the community because Jagex wanted to fucking blame him for not winning their award because their game was shitty. Well, that's what I'm getting here. That's what I understand so far.
In early 2008, Jagex made one of the most controversial updates in RuneScape's history. Lawless PvP zone that had become the heart of each other here, removing both its danger and money-making potential. At the same time, they introduced a harsh trade limit that prevented players from transferring any sort of significant wealth. These changes were aimed at cracking down on real-world trading, the act of buying and selling gold for real money,
they didn't want people
and
gambling all
the
their fucking
rampant
savings away.
that fueled it. But for many players, it felt like Jagex had gutted the soul of the game in the
Anytime
process.
you want a world to die, you take trading away. If you want your MMO to die, you take trading away or you don't add trading in at all. Because that... Okay, I can put a couple different scenarios in place on why this is a bad thing. You, one, get rid of the long-term people that will play your game and will buy and pay to play your game no matter what, which is the people that make money off of it, which people might not like it, but that will keep games alive no matter what. It's botting that's the real issue, because when you have a bot that's farming nonstop and gobbling up all the resources other players need, that's when you have an actual issue. It will create, like, let's say you enter a new MMO, right? And your friend asked you to join this MMO with them, and they want to power level you. But to do that, they need you to go into a higher level dungeon, right? And so they need to give you gear in order to, or like, screw all that. They want you to raid with them, so they're gonna fucking power level you, and they don't want to worry about having to grind your gear, so they want to just give you your gear because they just need a tank for the fucking raid. So they're going to power level you and give you gear. Well, they can't just give you gear if you take trading away. Also, on top of it, it takes out the immersion aspect of fucking MMOs. Any real world society has trading. Like, it's just part of our fucking culture, and like part of being human and being a social society is collaborating and giving things to one another. So like, if you want to simulate a real world, which is what MMOs try to do, and create a social space and create social situations, you have to have social constructs like trading and PvP. Anyways, my rant's over.
Player count began to decline. So, in 2011, they decided it was time, and you could trade whatever you wanted with anyone, real-world trading and botting without ruining the game for the rest of the player base. But they were wrong. It didn't long before botting and real-world trade were back in full swing. It seemed like just about everywhere you went, and the game was teaming with bots.
And that's the real issue, really, is the bots. The bots are the issue. Like, real world trading, people trying to make money off the game, people like genuinely like wanting to buy gold and play your game longer is not the issue. The issue is people botting and ruining the fun for everyone else.
Buy and sell gold. This is something that was deeply upsetting to Giblix. He was very unhappy with how quickly bots overran the game as soon as free trade and the wilderness returned. Despite being the player moderator, all he could do was mute people. He had no power to actually investigate and ban bots. The game of the year, given the first
trying to
advertisements to buy
compete
gold,
with a
even
computer
compete
on
with
resource gathering is almost impossible. And so there's no room for real competition or to even actually play the game.
Training spot. So on August 15th, 2011, Giblix released a video on his YouTube channel titled, "Is This the Good Free-to-Play?"
Oh no, I actually had an idea that it was that bad, because like they always say, you never quit playing RuneScape, you just take breaks. And like throughout all of this, I was playing and would constantly make new accounts, and I would make a new account, and I've been bombarded with this problem before.
And every single free-to-play world were flooded with spam bots shouting gold selling links. Well, nearly every world was crawling it becomes. It felt like there were more bots
It's just nobody's actually playing the game. Only computers are.
So he displays the news post where Jagex asked the player they don't deserve to win this year.
I mean, they don't. If your game is riddled with plots, you don't deserve to win the award. If the game's broke, you fix it, then you get your
community. The vast majority of viewers agreed with Giblix that the bot problem had gotten way out of control, and that Jagex indeed did not deserve to win the Golden Joystick this year. However, this was just one small video that
they probably banned his account.
Get some attention from the player base.
If they didn't ban his account, it'd probably be banned.
Not enough to make a dent in Jagex's Golden Joystick hopes. But then Jagex threw a ton of fuel directly onto the fire. In
a variety of different looks and styles. You can customize it to match your brand vibe, from colors to actually how it looks. And while you can send people...
Oh, and they were directly assholes about it.
As for why, they told him it was because moving in the same direction.
That's so fucking petty. That's supposed to be your lifeblood of your player base. This was the dude you made a mod because he's cool, right? Like, you don't fucking shit on him the minute he gives you a bit of criticism. Like, no, you listen. When he goes, hey, there's a lot of bots. You probably don't deserve this reward. You probably, instead of going, no, give me my flowers, should go, you know what? Maybe you're right. Let me look into that. That's just coming from another developer, though.
Was harmful to both the moderators and the community. Even inspired punctuation. Then, just when you think things can't get any worse, Jagex dropped a nuke onto the fire Giblix had started. Just 3 days after Giblix's video, Jagex would release the Refer a Friend program. If you referred a friend to RuneScape and they purchased membership within 2 weeks of joining, you would receive a 10% XP boost for 1 week.
No
You
shot.
could earn this boost 5 times a year. Plus, your friend would receive double XP in every skill they trained for 7 days up to level 30. This was hugely controversial for a number of reasons. The main one being that there was no rule against referring yourself. You could sign up for a second RuneScape account, buy membership on it for $6, never touch the account again, and enjoy a 10% XP bonus on your main. Then do it 4 more times that
So
year.
it was
This
a way to
that
buy bonus XP. It was a new way to buy bonus XP because every RuneScape player knows you can always make a new account. I've made so many new RuneScape accounts. It's ridiculous. So yeah, okay, I get it. I get it.
That you could spend money for even a small... Moments after the program was announced, players flooded into Falador on World 66 to riot against it. The chat was flooded with messages about how the game was pay to win now. Jagex needed to ban the bots, and my favorite part of riots, total nonsense. Most importantly for this story, however, they 6,000 views and a 98.5% like to dislike ratio, and these riots would only further fuel its rise. It was clearly resonating with the player base. A few other player moderators even spoke out on the game's forums, but they...
Damn, even your other player mods started speaking out. You had a full-on coup going on.
Were quickly stripped of their ranks. Others who were unhappy with Jagex chose to quietly resign. But while players were rioting in Falador and exploding with anger on the forums, few knew what was actually happening behind the scenes. RuneScape's bot problem was bad, really bad. Jagex had known this for a while, but that didn't mean they were doing nothing about it. They had automated systems in place to detect and ban bots, though clearly they weren't working fast enough. On top of that, Jagex staff regularly hosted bot busting events with player moderators, where they would spend hours manually tracking down and banning bots. But most compelling of all, while this drama was unfolding, Jagex was working on a project that they internally codenamed Cluster Flutterer, an update to RuneScape that they estimated would break 98% of RuneScape's bots. That sounds way too good to be true,
but like, how would it must be something in the code. They must have detected something in the bot code, and then whenever they detect that in a player's account, they flag that account. There's no way this didn't have backlash and this didn't have problems. Oh, really?
Were actually correct. When the update released later that year in October, renamed to Bot New, you can see just how devastating it was to bot farm owners based on the footage on screen. But of course, Jagex couldn't reveal that this update was going to happen months ahead of time, or bot makers would have time to prepare. So as players were slamming Jagex for not focusing on the bot problem, there was nothing they could do to show them that the opposite was true.
They were
may not come as much of a surprise, but when 2011's Golden Joy.
But still, they didn't deserve the joystick because the state of the game at the time the award was held was not up to player standard. So they can't fault him for being upset. What they should have done, because he's a mod, a trusted mod, one that they gave moderatorship twice over and know personally because they flew him directly to their headquarters, they could have told him. Like, after he made his video, they could have told him, had him sign an NDA, talked to him, told him, hey, you don't have to, but if you would like to, could you, like, send out a tweet or something that says, like, you talked to us? It would have done so much better than doing all of this. Like, they were literally doing the perfect developer, like, fucking developer-player relationship up until this point. And I don't 100% understand why. I guess only because they wanted this award so bad, which is kind of stupid to tank your entire business over a reward, because the reward doesn't even give you money. Like, players give you money. And I guess maybe you could argue 3 golden joysticks is an advertising, like, point that you can use to get more new players. But still, like, I don't think it's worth nuking your entire core fan base over.
Joystick Awards took place soon after all this, RuneScape didn't win. They didn't even come close, as they placed 3rd. However, this was not Jagex's last chance to win one. RuneScape was nominated again in 2013, this time in the Best Online Game category. 2013 wasn't necessarily a bad year for RuneScape, but the year prior brought the Evolution of Combat, Squeal of Fortune, and Solomon's General Store. Basically the holy trinity of please cancel your membership. So yeah, they didn't win that year either. As for Giblix, soon after losing his dual moderator status, he would announce his retirement from the game. He never did finish his goal of reaching 99 in every skill. Still, he would pop online from time to time to stay in touch with old friends, and even left one last message on the RuneScape forums last year when Jagex announced they would be closing. This probably wasn't the ending he imagined for his RuneScape career, but after everything, Giblix left his mark on the game in a way very few players ever have. Check out the video on the right about Link's Titan.
Like, I'm not even gonna lie, I'd be a sour little bitch about it, and I don't think I would play their game even when Old School came out. I think I would boycott that shit frivolously, because at that point it's personal, you know? Just because you couldn't take a little bit of criticism when it was needed. Like, you had to fucking go and do all that, but yeah. Anyways. Wait. Oh, okay. It's up. Is it my thing actually playing? Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. It's just up there. Just odd. I hope it's playing anyways. Alright, we're going to get into these next two here in a couple of minutes. I'm first probably going to take a quick break. I'm going to check something real quick on my laptop. And then after I check this, I'm going to go get myself a drink. And then, oh, wait, what the fuck? What's going on? Yeah, I'm hooked up to the web. Oh, I typed it. Oh. That's why. I was going to say, I just watched like 3 YouTube videos. Maybe. My laptop really does take fucking forever. I need a new one. Never mind. Alright. I will be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let's move on to the next fucking video.
Guys, it's been
This is, for context, how much money my indie game made after 1 month. So we will see.
It's a top-down action roguelike where you must kill and capture slimes to stop the corruption that has infected your land. Anyways, in this video, I wanted to break down everything regarding Slimekeep's launch, from my marketing
So now we are seeing what it's like to be an indie game dev, and I have a little experience in this one, so
if you're just curious about
I will see how well it works.
Check out all the timestamps in the description. However, I'd really recommend watching from the start to fully understand the context, as I personally think it's right up to launch. I slowly started to shift a lot of my time towards marketing Slimekeep instead of working on the game itself. Now, obviously, my biggest marketing tool I had going for me was
towards the end of development, 90% of your time isn't actually developing the game, it's actually drawing and coming up with marketing material for the game. Every single time, that's what happens.
This YouTube channel you see right now. As you may know, I've been making devlogs on the game's development for the past 5 years, and I'm super grateful to have an audience of you guys who've enjoyed watching the process of me making the game.
And it looks like you did a great job too. It looks great.
In other ways, and ideally have people play the game who've never heard of me or
oh, it actually looks really good too.
So a few months before launch, I spent a ton of hours watching marketing GDC talks, reading blog posts, and developing a $0 budget marketing plan that would hopefully work. Mainly, I gathered
$0 marketing plan. I actually think I'm interested in hearing this one because I've done a $0 marketing plan a couple of times and it's fun.
That way. We hope that they would feature the game on their channel. I did this by using tools like Solely Gnome to find Twitch streamers and just plain YouTube searches to find YouTubers by searching things like roguelike Let's Play or insert game here similar to mine, Let's Play. After a few months or so doing a little bit each day, I had the emails of about 250 YouTubers and streamers. And this list was pretty curated in my opinion. I did my best to find streamers and YouTubers who actually seemed like they might enjoy my game. For example, I didn't want to send Slimekeep to an inactive channel or a channel that covers very different types of games.
Fair.
As for actually reaching out to these influencers, I read a few blog success stories from other games.
So already, his experience, he's I did try to do this a little bit, but I didn't go as in-depth as he did, and I might actually try this out.
Hopefully catch the eye of at least a few big YouTubers.
Because what he's saying is a really, really good tactic, especially if like you want at least someone to play your game.
Very difficult, and I probably would have a low success rate, but I also knew it would just take 1 or 2 big YouTubers to make a video on Slimekeep and have their influence cascade down the chain.
Yeah.
After many iterations, I drafted up this email template to send out. I started with the Slimekeep logo to hopefully catch people's eyes and introduce myself in the game. I then mentioned how I thought my game might be up the influencer's alley, and for many YouTubers, I also included a personal note here, as I generally do or did watch many of the creators that I reached out to. I then gave a brief description of the game, a link to the trailer, a free Steam key, a GIF of some of the general gameplay, and finally some
Steam key is probably the best.
I'm not sure if this is the most ideal email template. I'm no master at this, but I just want to be open and share my process, as I think it's cool to see how this kind of stuff works behind the scenes as a game dev. Anyways, with this,
I am about to launch another game on Steam, so I might try doing this.
Before launch, sending around 20 emails a day, 10 in the morning and 10 in the evening, as I was really cautious about potentially triggering Gmail spam triggers and didn't want to take any risks. If you're curious, these are the subject lines I switched between using to add some variation to each email and hopefully catch the reader's attention. I also emailed around 10 keys to game journalists who had covered similar games in the past and made a press release on gamespress.com, which I'm not sure if that did anything. Finally, I made
probably didn't do much, but it still helps. Everything helps when advertising.
I didn't know existed, but figured it wouldn't hurt.
Literally, people don't understand. 90% of being a fucking indie developer is being a social media marketer. It is one of the most frustrating things I think I have ever had to deal with. You would think, make a good game, launch it, make good fucking marketing material for it. You should be done, right? No. No. You just got the boulder probably 2 feet up the hill, Sisyphus. I pronounced that wrong. You're not even halfway there. We gotta keep rolling. Because like he said, you're not gonna get traction unless at least 1 or 2 YouTubers, big YouTubers, pick up your game.
Played the game on their channel, how many upvotes my Reddit post got, and how many press outlets.
Let me put it to you this way. I started making YouTube videos hardcore this year because I think it's actually easier to become a YouTuber than it is to become an indie game developer. Because it is actually easier to collect a following doing this than it is to put a product out there without an actual person attached to it.
Game. I'll get into that in just a second, but for now, let's talk about launch day. I was honestly expecting the launch day for Slimekeep to be one of the craziest days of my life, and while it was pretty
launch
hectic,
day is normally boring.
It was also kind of chill. I woke up, fixed some last minute bugs, and then just pressed the release button on the game.
Yep.
For the next few hours, I did
release
all
my game, you just type it in there, and then hit go.
Recap devlog on this channel, making my Reddit posts, and constantly interacting with my Discord to make sure there were no game-breaking issues. And overall, while there definitely were some soft locks and bugs that needed to be fixed, there were way less than I expected, so I was pretty happy overall, and the game seemed pretty playable, at least from what I could tell. One concern though was that the game was
really
bit
good.
easy.
You did a really good job.
I don't know. This is something that I've tried to consider for a while now, as I know for some players this will be their first roguelike, and for others this will be their 100th roguelike. But it did seem that I had things a bit too easy at launch, as some people were literally beating the game on their first run, which was not my intention whatsoever.
At all. I was going to say any roguelike, you should be not facing the final boss on your first run, even if it's your 100th roguelike.
But in general, besides a few small hiccups, it was a pretty solid launch day, and I felt optimistic for the game. Currently, Slimekeep has a 94% positive review score on Steam out of 84 reviews, which don't include copies given to my playtesters and contributors, which total to a bit over 100. This is genuinely way higher and better than I expected, so I'm really glad most people seem to enjoy the game. There were so many
The thing is if you actually make a good game with a solid gameplay loop, normally people will like it. Like, I've found that. Like, a lot of times people don't like my games is because I got experimental and I got too weird with it. If you stick to a solid format that people understand with good visuals and a decent format, 9 times out of 10 people are going to really like it.
Make my day and make the whole process feel worth it. That being said,
I shoot myself in the foot by trying to do something different. If I stick to the line, which I kind of did with my last game, and a lot of people really liked it, my games would probably get better reviews than they are.
I don't know how biased many of these reviews were because the people had seen my videos, and there still was plenty of fair criticism. As expected, some people had issues with the game's lack of controller support, bright color palette, and some of the design choices, which was totally fair.
Which, I mean, nothing's,
what
am I trying to say? Everything can be criticized. Nothing's perfect. Except for Expedition 33.
Played the game for like 30 minutes on average. Like, what? You can't judge a game and leave a review after playing it for only 30 minutes.
But people do it. People do it all day long.
I've had it so many times. I knew it wouldn't be for everyone, as at the end of the day, it's a passion project for me, and it's something that I would want to play myself. So I totally understand it when people say that the game isn't their cup of tea. I was just really happy to see that the game did seem to find an audience that genuinely seemed to enjoy it and look forward to the future. Alright, it's the moment you've all been waiting for, so let's get into it. As of making this video, Slimekeep has sold 1,751 copies.
Damn!
Now, your logical conclusion to this
number
no,
he fucking nailed it for like, what, $3 bucks?
Price of Slimekeep on Steam.
Oh, for
and
$15?
Hey, I just made over $25,000.
No, because you owe us Steam 30%. You owe Steam 30%, and also, depending on what software you use, you might owe other people money.
But this isn't the full story, so let me break things down a bit. Firstly, not everyone who bought the game kept it in their
refunds too.
Around 17% of Slimekeep game copies
which isn't bad.
were funded. This kind of sucked, but from reading about this, it seems typical for games on Steam to have 10 to 20% of copies refunded, and it's just the price you have to pay. Next up, you have to consider that the game launched at a 20% discount, making it $12 instead of $15.
And
since the majority of game sales occurred during this sale,
his fault.
there goes around another 15% of our revenue. Then we also
Yeah,
have
that's
to consider
100%.
that not
Sorry
everyone
about
bought the
that. I
game
had to grab
full
my
price
charger.
in US dollars.
Yeah, that's
Steam
100% his fault. He
converts
shot himself on
currencies
it
for your
in the
game,
foot on revenue on that one. I mean, sure, it gets more people to click on it and buy it, but at the end of the day, you want that launch revenue to be as high as possible.
So, for example, someone in Brazil doesn't have to pay a full 2 days of labor just to be able to buy Slimekeep. So there goes another 5-ish% of our revenue.
That as well. You do have to think about region and country and everything. There are versions of Skills and Slimes I've sold at full price for the region for only 75 cents USD. But in their country, I think it's like equivalent to like 10, 20, like in their country, it's worth a lot of money, but I put it down for as low as I possibly could in countries like that because I also understand what the difference in economics is and everything, and I know they can't drop like he said, like half their fucking income, like 2 whole days of work on a game that's not that great.
Value-added tax, which from my research seems to be roughly another 9-ish%. So yeah, this number is starting to look a bit less impressive. And, well, all of this doesn't even include Steam's 30% cut. Then, the final thing to consider is that Slimekeep wasn't entirely free for me to make. I had to pay my composers, pay for some art and game assets, pay for some legal stuff, and just a bunch of other
and he also
expenses.
paid for development.
I don't have an
costs
exact
too,
number on this, but I'd estimate it to be somewhere around $6,000 to $7,000 total of game-related expenses over the course of the past 5 years.
Jesus.
So you can do the math on things and realize that, yeah, it's safe to say that I am by no means a millionaire because of Slimekeep. Now shifting gears, let's talk about the results from my mini marketing campaign. Firstly, something that I didn't really consider all too much was Steam's promotion that they do for you in the days/weeks leading up to your game's launch. Around a week before launch, I had roughly 17,000 wish lists for the game. However, since Slimekeep was launching on a Monday, I was lucky enough to get number 2 on Steam's popular coming page.
Oh shit, okay.
Friday, Saturday.
I was gonna say, yeah, actually, that's
this led to
huge.
around 2 million Steam provided
That's
impressions,
technically a success in the indie space.
Slimekeep Steam page, and 4,000 new wish lists, meaning the game launched with about 21,000 wish lists. Anyways, as for me emailing content creators, I ended up sending out 237 emails. Out of these 237 emails, 30 content creators actually claimed the game on their Steam account. Then out of these 30 content creators, 9 of them created content on the game in some way through either a Twitch stream or YouTube video. These videos and streams combined got around 25,000 total views, and I should also mention that my launch day recap devlog received 75,000 views.
Oh, so yeah,
Overall,
that
it was super
also
cool
probably was huge. And he had a channel that built up the development of it, which is also huge for an indie developer. Any indie developer that's on up and coming needs to do that because that's huge for marketing.
But I also won't lie, I was still a little disappointed as I was really hoping for it to be happening, so oh well. Though it was still super cool to see all these smaller and mid-sized creators create content on their game, and I really
Hell,
enjoyed
that's a
watching so many
success on its own, especially like when you're just a single creator. That's a huge success.
Also, I guess it's never too late, so Slimesicle and so many of you other guys, if you see this, please make a video on the game. I know you have the key, and I think you'd really enjoy it. And if you guys know any other roguelike or indie game YouTubers, please do consider asking them to play the game.
Hey, anybody who wants to play this dude's game, play it.
But we'll just have to see how things go in the future. Anyways, emailing content creators wasn't the only bit of marketing I did. I ended up creating
Posts will always.
I doubt this really did.
Nope,
much,
he's
and I
wrong.
tended to
They'll
post
always.
more,
All
but
my
posts kept
copies I've
really-
ever sold of my
I don't
games
know,
have been
I
from
thought I read
Reddit
each
posts.
subreddit's rules, but oh well. I also sent keys to 66 curators through Steam's
No,
Curator Connect program.
I'm gonna uncover the veil of a unsuccessful indie developer a little bit. This is what I would call a moderate success story. This is not like, obviously he didn't fucking rise to riches and fame, but I would say this is a sustainable yearly, I wouldn't say yearly income, but he definitely made a bigger income than doing any other hobby, you would say. Especially over a 5-year course, like you would say he made next to nothing, honestly, really. But I have made probably roughly around like 5 or 6 games now, And all of them all together have made me probably about $500 altogether, and like the entirety grand scheme of everything that I've ever made. And I think mostly because like I've never had a Reddit thread take off like his. He had over 300 upvotes. I've literally never had anybody fucking have a Reddit thread go up that high on one of my games. Mostly because my games don't look as good as his do. I will say he's got a banger looking game there with a simple game design like premise and everything, and that's another reason why it did so well, because it is a simple game that executes what it's trying to do well, and it with a good visual style. But if you're someone like me who sucks at drawing, which I do, I try to improve all the time, but I can only work with what I can do. So if I can only draw stick figures, I can only make games about stick figures. So that's what I got to work with. I've got to work extra hard on making sure that the mechanics are extra fun. So that's why I normally focus on trying to make experimental gameplay loops. And I really feel like I'm getting close to something, actually. I'm just trying to really nail down a premise of what I really want to do. Another thing, he messaged YouTubers. Even having a middle grade YouTuber review or play your game live is huge. Like he said, around 25,000 people saw his game for free, no advertising. That's so huge you don't even know. Like, I would say, on my itch.io, I just released a game called Drugs and Gambling. It didn't go on Steam or anything, so like it didn't hit like mainstream or anything else like that. That's one reason it hasn't had a lot of eyes on it. But I made like I want to say 5 Reddit posts about it in relevant threads pertaining to the category of what the game is and everything else like that. And only I want to say like 12,000 people saw it. So, and on top of that, only out of those 12,000 people that saw it, only 800 played it. So that's huge that he had 25,000 people see it and actually see it in motion being played by someone that's giving a review about it, because then those people might go and play it themselves. So, like, he's downplaying a lot of these things that are, like, actually pretty huge for a small-time creator. Because, like, what he's also not taking into account is he doesn't do this full-time. I mean, I don't even do this full-time. But, like, if you wanted to do this full-time, getting this much of a success and getting your name out there this hard, because he can go back to those YouTubers, and those YouTubers might play it again or make another video again on it. And he's got more fans based off of the game that he's already come out with. He's already gotten more than I probably had ever dreamed of. That's the perfect start. He comes out with a sequel and listens to the criticism of the first one, or comes out with a new game, because like a lot of the criticisms kind of came to the core philosophy of his game. But if he comes out with a new game, he's already got a dedicated fan base that will now spread his next game, and he can build his business off of that. So yeah, he's downplaying this, but like a lot of this shit that he did is actually huge.
So there's that, but I also doubt this did much. As for emailing the press, out of the
Steam Curator Group does nothing. I will say that. Steam Curator Group does absolutely fucking nothing. I have sent my games to every single one of them. Most of them claim my keys and then try to sell them on third-party websites. Most of them are scammers.
Ten emails I sent, one outlet being roguelicker.com covered the game. This was honestly
he got a fucking review on a yeah. No, he fucking made out like an
pretty cool
indie game bandit.
So what's mostly yes. The game
I would say yes. I would say hardcore
yes. I learned
yes.
so much from working on the game. Although financially, it's hard for
No,
me to classify Slanky
he
as
had
quote-unquote
a success. It would not
with its current
be a
revenue, I was
financial
likely
success,
making
but
10
it
to
would
20
be
cents
an
hour,
overall
pouring my
success.
heart and soul into the game over the past 5 years. And
Yep.
if I'm being honest, money is something that's really hard for me to talk about.
Another thing that he fails to realize is because he worked on it for 5 years, I bet you if he tried to do it again, he'd have it done in 6 months. 6 months to a year. Easily. Because when you're designing something like that, you are doing it for the first time, but doing it again. Over the years, I've created a lot of games, and like my last one, Drugs and Gambling, I was able to make over the course of 4 days, pretty much altogether time I actually spent on it. And it's probably one of the best games I've ever made, and it's one of the fastest games I've ever made, and that's because of how much experience I've put in. And I've only put in probably about like 4 years of experience in total. I'm rounding out to about 5. So he has about the same level of experience I do. He could probably churn out a small indie game in like 2 or 3 weeks that isn't terrible, and then still have his fan base fucking jump on and enjoy it and make a decent amount of money off of that. So he is right. It is not a financial success, but I would call this a success overall, because leaving an internet footprint or an internet fingerprint of any kind is great for marketing and great for your business in the future.
When talking, one of the first questions I get is, how much money did you make? As if it is the
It
ultimate
is
indicator
every
of the
time.
success of a project.
Every
On one hand, I don't
single
really care
time
about
you tell somebody, they ask you why you're working at this lame job and why you haven't made millions of dollars by now. And every time you have to tell them it's not that easy. It's like being a rapper or being a wrestler. You have to fucking have a lot of fucking passion and a lot of fucking skill and a lot of fucking luck. And they've all got to churn together in the right circumstance to make the right storm to keep you going. But that's the thing. You have to keep going. If you don't keep going and don't keep doing it, you'll never succeed. You got to fail faster.
My games that much. The goal of making a bunch of money was never consideration when starting off on this project 5 years ago. I wanted to make a game that I was happy with myself and that others could enjoy. As game development does feel like creating art to me, and it is a really fun hobby.
It is. It's a super fun hobby. I need to get back into it again.
I'm human, and I think it would be super cool to make money from my games.
I was just trying
Not so
this
I could go
out.
spend
I
it
still
on
got
other
another month
things,
of
but
trying
more
this
so that I could
before
have my
I
own freedom for
jump
my
back
future.
into it.
I always had those thoughts in the back of my head, like, maybe this game will make me a millionaire, even if I knew that was super unrealistic and only happens to the top 1% of the top 1% of game developers. But hey, those are what you always hear about in media,
you at
and all
least
these
want
crazy
to
success
make a
stories,
living
which I fear
off
can
of
lead
it. You
new
know, you
developers
at
to
least
have
want
unrealistic
to be
expectations.
able to make
That's a big
games
reason
and
why
like
I made this video.
make it
At the end of the day,
sustainable.
I'm really happy with the game.
But it's
Created,
just
even
really
if the profit
hard.
was a little less than ideal. I guess I just thought my YouTube channel might have a bigger influence than it actually ended up having, and so that, with everything else, has been a huge learning experience for me to use.
Like he said, being a YouTuber is 10 times easier than being an indie game developer. And I don't mean that in that making a video game is hard. It's that getting a video game to, not only is it making a video game hard, but then getting that video game to take off afterwards is extremely, extremely hard. Everyone always just says, make a good game and people will come. Well, I will argue that I've made probably like 2 good games. Probably like 2 decent games. They're not flawless. I'm not going to say they're fucking perfect or anything, but they're good games. And both of them, I think I've roughly made $200 on both of them combined. So it's not make a good game and people will come. No, it's make a good game, people will come. Then you have to just get more people to come. And you got to get more people to come. You got to get more people to come. You got to always keep the eyes on your baby. Keep the eyes on your baby. Keep the eyes on your baby. If you don't make money. That's just how it works.
And genuinely, just reading all the positive comments and hearing people talk about how they enjoyed the game more than made up for any financial disappointment I could have ever had.
And that's the
Plus,
real
it's not
reason
like
we
this
do
is the
it.
end of-
Same here. That's like Because I've come to the conclusion that I'd rather just enjoy someone actually enjoying my game than having no one enjoy my game and having me have actually wasted my time. Because I've come to the conclusion that no one's actually going to pay for my games, so I make them and I release them for free half the time just so someone will actually play them.
The Slimekeep. I still plan to release updates this summer, and the game currently stands at 26,000 wishlists. So maybe we'll get some more conversions when the game goes on sale again, or if a big content creator decides to cover the game. So that's everything you might be curious about regarding Slimekeep's launch. If you thought my story was interesting, go buy Slimekeep. Or at least consider giving it a wishlist, as
go buy his game. Go buy his game. If you like this video, go buy his game. If you like this video, go buy my game. If you like this video, go support indie developers. They are the developers that actually care and want you to play their games. But other than that, let's move on to the next.
Responding to emails takes time. I draft.
Let's see what he's got to say. Hey. What is happening?
I can't believe that a month since I made a video saying that I knew that these indie titles were going to be viewed as you don't need 300 to 1,000.
Granted, he says indie titles. I'd say AA. I'd say AA. There are indie titles like Balatro, for example, and like actual indie titles like that are just like one developer, maybe two developers that like genuinely are showing these like things up. But like, you can't call Expedition 33 an indie game. That's retarded.
Developers to be able to make a great game. No, in most cases, these guys have way too many
I agree with that
kitchen.
also,
They're spending way too much money, and all they're with a slew of indie successes that we've seen over the last couple of years, and also probably some more of them that are down the road. Now, with this year's Summer Games Fest, things have escalated a lot because Jeff Keighley walked out onto stage and congratulated these studios, talked about how small they are and what they accomplished, and then compared their sales to AAA games on a big graphic in the background.
Oh, did he for real? I didn't know about
That's not
that.
good. That made a lot
Did
of
he
people
for real?
very upset. So much so
I
that it's
didn't
now
know
changed
about
the rhetoric
that.
around
Jesus
this conversation.
Christ.
See, our discussions around these successes and how
I need to
small
go
these
check into
teams
that.
are, that's irresponsible, and it's going to lead us down a dangerous path. Fear-mongering to protect bad and expensive games, apparently.
No, I don't give a shit about fear-mongering. We will decide with our wallets. Concord is the perfect example that everyone will decide with their wallets. If you, like, Concord failing is the writing on the wall if you think that trying to bully indie developers into thinking, or like bully consumers into thinking that AA and indie developers are somehow inferior is just not going to happen.
But don't worry, they have a way to fix it. See, all you need to do is just tell the players that all of your complaints, all of your concerns, all of these bad games that have failed that we've seen over the last couple of years, that's not your problem.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't buy it. It's not my game. No, you're dead right. You fucking hit the nail on the head on that one. It's in someone else's library, not mine.
Do is we're going to discuss this dangerous path that we're headed down right now because of all of these indie successes and how apparently you need to stop worrying about things that don't concern you. Just because you bought the car doesn't mean you need to understand how it works.
I genuinely need to find that quote.
That's a quote. I've been working out every single week since the start of this year.
I
haven't missed a single day yet. By the way,
I might make a video about that. I'm gonna go find that.
If you like cooking,
that
and
might
more
be
times
my
than
next
not, I
fucking video.
work weird hours. It's the middle of the night right now. Luckily for me, I have Factor. Factor has actually helped me rein my diet in. I've been using it for high protein lunches and dinners. And
I'm not gonna
lie, I was actually shocked at how good this food tastes. I've been genuinely surprised. I expected it to be relatively bland or dry.
They've scammed me out of a lot.
Most of these prep meals usually are, but it's the opposite. It almost feels like I'm cheating because that's how good these are. I've also been loving their cold pressed juices, perfect for when I need something quick and healthy between different workouts. And the best part is no cooking or cleanup. Just heat them up in about 5 minutes. It's made sticking to my goals way easier without killing my schedule. So if you want to make your life a little bit more easier or a little bit more healthy, head to factor75.com or click the link in the description below and use code 50legendary to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor order. That's code 50legendary at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. We just went through an absolute storm of reveals and updates.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I honestly liked a lot of the games
Fest, while AAA publishers were in attendance.
But I didn't see what he was
genuinely
talking
solid
about.
offerings
I
coming on
watched
down the
most of
pipeline.
it.
I am so stoked for Resident Evil 9.
I didn't watch all of it.
That's actually one of my most favorite game series of time. But one of the things that really should have stood out to a lot of people is how many more indie and AA games were shown, and in some cases garnered more attention. In fact, in Jeff Keighley's intro into the Summer Games Fest, he painted the picture of a thriving, democratized industry, highlighting games like Repo and Schedule 1 as breakout indie successes made by tiny teams, yet standing next to major AAA releases like the Oblivion Remaster and Monster Hunter Wilds in sales. He also celebrated Clair Obscur as a masterpiece developed by under 30 developers who broke away from big publishers. He framed it as proof of some of today's most innovative projects coming from outside of the traditional system thanks to tools like Unreal and digital distribution. Not to any normal person that was watching this show, this was just heartfelt appreciation, a tribute to the industry and what they've been able to accomplish. It's showing just how accessible and, more importantly, how possible it is to find success in the games industry regardless of your team size.
By the way,
to
fucking
a few in
garbage
AAA as well as in the media, Keighley's appreciation and his choice of theme is dangerous.
How are we gonna spin this dangerous? I was gonna say, so far I see nothing but respect thrown.
Dangerous. In an article written by Lincoln Carpenter, a piece titled "No Jeff Keighley, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 Repeating the Myth is a Dangerous."
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna look it up right now. Because I don't know if that's true or not. I'm gonna make sure that I know if it is or not. How many dove on Expedition 33? Cited by various sources, including the Game Industry. However, the team grew and shrunk. 30 people in the core team. Contracted, involved in the sound. So, the core team was 30 people, and they hired numerous freelancers. They don't give a number. And they contracted a 9-person choir. So if you want to get into it with the music involved, 39 core people with some freelancers here and there that worked on some stuff. So I would say 30-person team is nice for the headline. I would agree that it's not exactly true. But it's still smaller than like 1,000 to 2,000 person team. And they still created a fucking masterpiece. And I doubt they ever bloated that high either. So if anyone's trying to spin this like you need 1,000 to 2,000 people on a development team to make Clair Obscur Expedition 33, they're just wrong.
Path. SGF's fascination with small staff contributors. Lincoln writes,
I mean, technically, yes.
Last night's Summer Games Fest showcase, host and Game Awards founder Jeff Keighley noted how 2025 had been marked by the surprise successes of smaller game projects, alongside indie creations that stand side by side with heavy.
You know what this is? You know what this is right here? The person that made this article, they're friends with one of the freelancers that worked on Expedition 33. And their friends mad because they didn't get credited in the Summer Game Showcase, and they didn't get credited in any of these other videos because they keep hearing 30 people worked on it, 30 people worked on it. But their name's also in the credits somewhere. And they're mad because these 30 people are getting the brunt of the credit when they feel like they should be part of it too, when they probably only fucking worked on like Verso's fucking third outfit and designed that, you know? Like they worked on the bulge part of Verso's swimsuit design. And now they're mad that they're not part of the Core 30 team because they had to draw his genitals in detail and make sure they were attractive enough. So now they contacted their friends in the industry to write a hit piece.
Interactive, which he called a monumental achievement made by a team of under 30 developers. Given Clair Obscure's critical...
It is a monumental achievement, by the way.
...reception and its millions in sales, it's compelling to think that fewer than 3 dozen people could produce such a success. That under 30 developers figure has been circulated in conversation and in coverage. It's a claim that we quoted from the game's creative director in our own press release reporting. It's an inspiring idea. It's also factually incorrect.
So you're now... How am I supposed to believe your hit piece when you're dashing your own integrity? Like, you're literally saying, hey, I wrote this article beforehand and it was wrong, so believe me now. Like, don't worry, guys, believe me now. Now I'm telling the truth. Like, what the fuck?
They go on to say that while Sandfall's core team is indeed around 30 developers, less than half of the game's total credits belong to them. The rest are attributed to external contractors, animation teams, QA teams, porting store, whose contributions were essential to the game. Tracks nothing from Clair Obscure's achievement. It is by an overwhelming majority of accounts a good-ass video game, and Sandfall's core team should be celebrated for that. But misrepresenting the scale of its production intentionally or otherwise draws an implicit distinction between what does and doesn't qualify.
Hiring freelancers to work on one small part of the game that doesn't contribute to the actual overall integrity and core gameplay of the game does not allow you, core game or story does not allow you credit to their achievement. Like, if I make a building, right? And, okay, let me try to think about this. So, I build a building, right? I pay for it. I literally put my fucking name on it. I work as the foreman. I draw up the architecture design. This is ridiculous, by the way. I do know that this is almost ridiculous for one person to do. But I do all of this work, right? And I hire the people to fucking work on it. It's like my 30 boys. We're all fucking working on this building together, and we're building this building. And I hire one dude as a freelancer to come in one day and fucking fix the handle on one of the toilets in one of the bathrooms. And he wants me to now put his name as the building name. And he thinks he deserves that credit. It's just ridiculous. And you wouldn't see it in any other industry. Nor would, like, you see him bitching about needing credit for building that building.
Qualify as real game development. If you're justifiably annoyed when a game launchers who do the complex work of otherwise that integral labor in QA and localization and compatibility testing is seen as disposable,
as long as they're actually in the credits, that's all that matters. If they were uncredited in the actual game, then you'd have a point. But they are credited in the actual game. I've seen it for myself.
That contributes to abusive working conditions in overseas contractor studios and drives the recent unionization efforts in the U.S. Game developers on Blue Sky reacted with frustration and discomfort. Mythological small development team. It's incredibly noticeable how often an arm.
I am an indie developer. I have launched 7 small games by myself. The only amount of help I've ever needed was from getting music and sounds off of Pixabay and other second-party websites, where I credited everyone that I used musics, and I was made sure that I was allowed to use it commercially. So, one person can make a video game. One person can make a really good small video game. One person with enough time and enough passion can make a really good medium-sized video game. One person cannot make Expedition 33. No. But 13 people can make Expedition 33. It won't look as good, but it will play exactly the same and have the same narrative and play the same narrative beats. You might have a few zones cut. You might have a few bosses cut. But everything that makes Expedition 33 will be still there. And it will only take those 13 to 20. I will give it a little bit more credit. I will say 13 to 20 people. You don't need hundreds to thousands of people to work on a video game. When I started working on video games, that's when my eyes really opened up. And I realized how easy it actually is. They want you to think it's this really, really hard thing that's really, really hard to do. But I do it in my free time after working 40 to 60 hours at Pizza Hut. If I can do that and still launch small games, there's no reason 30 people getting paid to do it full time shouldn't be able to launch an Expedition 33 or a Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's not gonna have the same polish. No, nobody expects you to have the same polish. We just want the same core gameplay and the same attention to detail in the story that makes it actual art and resonates with people.
Army of outsources outside of Amerisizes, said director of Bithell Games founder Mike Bithell. That's the part I find real uncomfortable. Balatro creator Local Thunk noted that he too is often credited as one guy who made Balatro, which he says contributes to a David versus Goliath narrative that has been oversimplified. TVGS, the developer.
Okay, I do actually have a small issue with this one. Teeny tiny issue with this one. Local Thunk did develop it all on his own and everything like that. That is 100% his credit. But Balatro did not get as big as it did without a little help. Balatro was bought up by a publisher, and Balatro was advertised by a publisher that then helped Local Thunk distribute the game on other platforms and everything else. So he had help with a publisher, which is technically not indie. So I have an issue with them saying it's an indie success because he had a publisher. It's the same reason why I have an issue with him saying Expedition 33 is an indie success. Indie means individually published. And it actually means just one guy.
Was also shouted out as a solo developer by Jeff Keighley during last night's Summer Games Fest. Schedule 1's in-game credits show that the art and music was provided by 2 other contributors. No, it was not one guy, Local Thunk said. Look at the dang in-game credits. I was really uncomfortable with this part as well, and it's not just because the math doesn't math. One dev plus 9 friends working with him is 10 people, not one, said games licensing producer and consultant Mike Futter, referencing a moment at Summer Games Fest when Keighley described an upcoming brawler, Axe of Blood, being made by a solo developer in Indonesia with the help of 9 friends. Expedition 33 is a triumph, but
I will say that's a little dirty. That's a little dirty. That's a super dirty marketing tactic. That's a 10 development team. That's them obscuring how many people worked on a game to try to sell it better.
It wasn't made by 30 people. Contractors provided vital labor. This is a dangerous path that we're walking, Butter said. It's not
It is a little
conditions
dangerous
for games and for the people
but
developing them. If
at the
publishers
same
and
time,
investors are convinced
we
that
don't
games like
need
Expedition 33 were made with
overbloated
only 30
teams
developers, they will be less inclined to support the necessary staff and production budgets that development projects require.
You guys like EVE Online?
This
Hope you do.
game, you're not ready.
You're not ready for it. I wasn't ready for it. That's why I skipped it.
Regardless of whether it's true. Good. Fucking good. I hope that they're paying attention to this. Also, take notice of the guy in the retweet. It feels kind of fucked up, not because they're often misrepresenting the real size of these teams, but because I think it plays directly into a newish flavor of dev hate. Celebrating indie successes is a new kind of hate for game developers. What are you guys on? Game developers on Blue Sky reacted with frustration and discovered, oh wow, what a shocker.
I kinda see that, but it hasn't benefited me, an actual indie developer, so I don't think that narrative's true. If that was true, I would be a lot richer.
We've never seen that before. Industry folks taking issue because players are excited that something doesn't upset because anybody lied. They were upset because for a moment...
No. I still believe, like I said, it's one of those freelancers that contacted one of those people in the press, because even in the fucking article himself, he said verbatim that we even wrote a article earlier this year saying the exact same thing. No, this is someone who has a friend in the industry who's writing a piece for them because they're mad that they're not getting credit for Expedition 33 right now. This isn't the industry like doing their little fucking like dance that they do. I do think he's highlighting something interesting, and I think it's going to start happening a lot more now. I think we're going to start downplaying the size of teams now. I think we're going to start not giving people credit, and that is the dangerous part here. I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to have 100 people work on a fucking game, and then they're going to, in the marketing, be like, oh, and it was only made by 30 people. And then, like, fucking 70 people don't get credited. Or if they are credited, it's, like, in the super secret hidden credits behind, like, the super hard end boss that you have to collect, like, 20 fucking collectibles to actually beat. And then you get the real credits that shows the actual development team.
And if that message spreads, that's a real problem. If investors start seeing these leaner projects as the future, it threatens the BU. Can we not pretend like players are idiots? Nobody thinks that these games are made in total isolation. We know that these teams use external help. QA, localized,
I don't think this
voice
is a
actors,
conspiracy
publishing
all
support.
that much.
What makes this conversation so dishonest is the implication that acknowledging a small team's success somehow erases those people. It doesn't. It just draws a clear line between core development and support. That distinction matters. Because the core team is where the game is defined. They are the ones making the system, setting the tone, deciding what the experience even is. Everyone else, while valuable, steps in to help polish and execute on that vision. They are not the ones driving it. It's not disrespectful to say.
No, and he's exactly right here. This is what I was saying also. Like, you don't fucking give all the credit to the dude that put the handle on the toilet in the 3rd bathroom on the 5th floor. Like, you give the credit to the architect, the foreman that actually like developed the project and actually saw it through to its vision. You give the credit to like the main crew lead on the fucking guy that like let all the guys that put the drywall in. You give credit to the main foreman that let all the guys that put the pipes in. You give credit to the main guy, like the main foreman that put all the wires in. Like all the people that helped see the fucking vision come to where it is. That's where you put the actual real credit in.
say that it's just recognizing the difference between creative ownership and contracted labor. Maybe you don't need a staff of 300 people and a budget of $200 million to make something great.
And yeah, like I said, if you worked on the project for like 2 minutes, why should you be included in the overall dev team size? Like, genuinely.
Maybe less does actually mean better. And if that catches on, that is a problem, because for people whose value is tied to these studios' scale, not impact, they're going to start losing relevance. That's what really bothers these guys. Not that players are confused, but that players are waking up to just how unnecessary all of this excess is, because we are the ones that are paying for it. Prices are going.
See, I think he does have a small point there. I don't know if developers so much are like, you say, like, doing like a backpedal for it, but I definitely think that businesses as a whole are starting to see that you don't need this much bloat. Like, the higher ups, the actual money people, are starting to see like, oh, why am I paying 100 people when I could have only 30 people do it? And then the developers are now getting scared because their jobs are in jeopardy because of that fact. Because you really do only need like 30 people. But what I think they fail to realize is that these money-making people and these big business people are, what I think is going to happen, are going to start funding multiple small teams. Is you're going to have like 5 or 6 teams of 30 working on 5 or 6 games to make the most amount of revenue possible. Because you launch 5 or 6 games in 1 year, you're bound to make money off of one of them, right? Especially if you put a small team of passionate developers behind it. There's no reason you shouldn't. And like, the more, like, you think about it like PAL bases in PAL World. You want each one to produce the most amount of whatever core thing you wanted them to produce, and you want them to be optimized in the best way possible, so that way you can get the most amount of reward out of it. So why not make 6 small teams and fund 6 small dreams and possibly make a lot of money in the process, instead of funding one giant AAA movie blockbuster that isn't going to outbeat GTA 6 when it comes out next year? You know, like,
going up, monetization's getting worse, and it's not a mystery. These publishers cannot sustain their own bloat, their own size, so they have to shift the costs onto us. It is not sustainable. It's not ethical, and no amount of carefully worded articles is going to change that. So when these guys lash out, it's not really about protecting labor. It's about protecting their place within the system.
100%
because
right on
credit
that
to
one.
them isn't just recognition, it's job security, it's
is.
relevance. And they know if they were credited based solely on their creative contribution, not headcount or job title, a lot of them would vanish from this conversation entirely.
And he's 100% right on that, because like, a lot of them that are credited on the actual development size of the team aren't actually the ones that they didn't need to be there for the full project. They only needed to be there for like 10 minutes, but they stuck around for the whole project and siphoned money out of it, which made the project worse overall.
Oh, LD, how could you say something like that? Well, I mean, this entire article wants to talk about the credit of a success. All of these people deserve credit. If that's what this was really all about, how important their efforts are, then why isn't accountability in this conversation? Oh, that's right, because none of these people would ever have to face it. Only the core creatives would. So I guess they're only important when the game succeeds, not when it fails. What I find hilarious is how reactionary this entire article is and how it fails to rewrite the story.
You know why it's reactionary? Because they're defending their friend. I 100% believe this is a hit piece commissioned by someone that was a freelancer on Expedition 33 that did not get correctly credited, or how they think they didn't get correctly credited. Because I've established, if you put the fucking toilet handle on, you don't deserve any credit.
Before it gets away from them. And what's even funnier is how shallow their reading of the situation actually is, because directly after Keighley's celebration of indie titles, what did we see?
More bloated AAA titles. Oh, I think there were some indie titles in there, actually. And a lot of them are coming soon. class. I was actually excited for a lot of the games that are
Mortal
coming
Shell
out.
2, a sequel from a studio that grew off of the back of a lean first project from 4 developers up to 30. Then we saw Munfish, Atomic Heart developers who scale projects.
I do think that he's got a point with like the job security thing, but like I was saying, I don't think like the actual good developers have to worry. Like, I think if you are genuinely good at your job and you genuinely contribute to the overall production of the game, you're not going to be fired. You're going to be repositioned. And you're going to be repositioned in a way that's going to benefit the company in one way or another. Because they don't want to actually get rid of good talent. They just want to get rid of bloat. And if you are the bloat, then yeah, you do have to worry. But I don't think, feel like coming after all developers is a little charged. It's just a little charged, because there are people in the AAA industry that genuinely want to make good games and have like a good vision, but they get drowned out by the bloat. And if they're put into smaller teams, they could actually create something great. And we could have a whole new renaissance of games and actually have a game industry that's viable to have a job in. That's like the main reason I'm doing this and an indie developer in the first place, because it is impossible to find a development job right now. I have full on published my own titles and I still can't find work in the industry. I'm technically have 5 years of experience that I can prove that I have genuinely made money from, and they work, and I can prove that I've made them myself all the way down to the art. But I still cannot get a job in the industry because it's almost impossible.
Why does it keep resulting in cheaper games and more jobs, not fewer? That's not a warning. That's a threat. That's the slippery slope fallacy in full effect. If you keep saying that these games are made by smaller teams, then the industry will collapse. No, what will actually happen is these publishers will stop wasting their money hiring for roles that they don't need. They'll stop inflating their headcounts to justify their inflated budgets, and that shift will create more work for external contractors, more projects, and more financial flexibility for people pretty much across the board. This is the part that the industry doesn't want to
see that too. I did fail to touch on that aspect. He's 100% right. They will actually, instead of hiring an entire bloated team that just has a couple of people that aren't needed for the full project, they will just hire and fire freelancers en masse, which will suck for developers like me, like I just said, that are trying to find a job in the game industry. But it will also it's going to be really rough for people like me the next couple of years, is essentially what he's saying. And he's not, it's going to be rough because of the amount of competition. If you're good at what you do, it shouldn't be that hard.
Admit, smaller teams don't just produce better games, they produce action. Keeping the studio lean like Sandfall did means that the vision isn't being filtered through 40 layers of producers and marketing executives. That's why Expedition 33 resonated, because it was focused. But instead of confronting that, they would rather guilt trip you. They say that if you support this narrative, if you continue to perpetuate it, then you are complicit in abuse, that you're encouraging exploitation just by getting excited over a well-made indie title. That's an appeal to guilt. And it's pathetic.
The reason it is a little bit exploitation is because if they do stick to the hire fire model of freelancers, it means that you can be hired on to do one simple thing and then instantly fired, which means you don't have job stability, which will make it a lot harder for developers to have job stability. But what will also happen will be an influx of freelance work, though. So it's kind of a give and take. But with the competitive market, it also means that freelancers are going to get stiffed in the long run, because with how competitive it's going to be, you're going to have people in the freelance market taking jobs for pennies. And that's just going to be how it's going to have to be. It's going to be like fucking like editors on Fiverr and stuff like that. essentially, just but for game development. That's their future. That's probably my future. I really probably should get back on Fiverr.
When I hear people want to push back on this so-called small team fallacy, I know exactly what this is. It's self-preservation and expose the truth that people are not comfortable with, which is that there is a difference between skill and talent. There's a difference between skilled labor, skilled game developers, and talented creatives that know how to actually make something that people want to play. Big studio.
I'll be right back. It's
Sorry.
literally 2 bolts.
I literally called him, and then he was like, "Well, where Kyle at? Where my boy?" He literally said that. I was like, "He's at home."
I was gonna say I'm laid up right now.
I said, "He's not feeling good, Uncle Carl. He got this. Tell him about that. Take a look. You know what he's doing for the most part."
I mean, I do. It's not, I was gonna say
You stop.
Oh my god. The pitiful meow.
Come here. I feel good. You don't feel good. Come here. I'm not mad at you. It was the mom.
He was like, "Mom, I'm sorry."
Come here. I'll take you a big daddy picture. Look. Told
Oh
you.
wow.
Bug, look. Paws up on it and everything. Look. Buggy. Bug. Kyle. Never mind.
What?
You say he has paws up and everything looking at your picture.
They're talking about me in a Discord. I don't know. I'm gonna have to assume it's bots.
Studios can't touch that. They can't replicate it because their core creatives, their most talented people,
Genuinely,
in a
who
lot of
gives a
cases,
shit?
are buried under layers of scale. Or they're just pushed out of the system entirely, which then they go on to make their own studios, and these are some of the games that these guys are making. Smaller teams succeed specifically because of the fact they're not mixing all of these people. You have to
We got
keep in
3
mind
people in
that
a row to say that.
even though some of these guys might not be working right next to one another, just being in the same building in some
Well,
cases.
the gummies, I
cause
think they should be at my foot. Uh-oh. There you go.
How did you get the sheet taken off half of it?
Easily.
a lot of bleed over because
And the new sheet on tonight. You can't stop me.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. Anyways.
people want to be more involved. People want to get promotions. People want to put their thumbprint on whatever that game is going to be. Smaller teams succeed because the vision isn't polluted. They get to the direction of the game is isolated from the supporting labor. That's not a slight, by the way. That's just reality. That's just structure. That's management, proper management. And it's why these indie
proper
games are far
management
more
makes sure
cohesive,
shit
and in a
doesn't
lot
get
of
out of
cases,
control.
why these AAA games feel like they're completely lost before they even launch. The more this indie thing works,
A lot of them feel like they're made by robots for robots, and that is because of the bloat, and it's because you can't actually get any soul out of something that's made by that many people.
the more it starts to threaten AAA because these massive studios have tied their value to scale. And what I mean by that is that we are not paying for quality anymore. We are paying for their budgets. That's a problem. So anytime that these games, anytime that players start asking the right questions about budget, about scale, about the developers that they're hiring, well, it puts the entire system under a microscope, and they can't handle that. They really can't, because they don't even know how to, they don't even know what to do about it. That's why we're seeing the media right now standing up to tell us to stay in our lane when it comes to some of this stuff. You just don't understand it. There's too many misconceptions.
Yeah, it's because they don't all want to become either freelancers or fast food workers, or both. Probably both.
As if we're the ones that aren't paying for all of this. You know, instead of confronting these issues, they just pivot to fear. And I think that that's just so pathetic. It's so pathetic. They call it a dangerous narrative. It's not.
I don't even think it's fear. Like I said, I just think that he's just trying to slander the team and make them seem like they're not as big as they actually are, solely because his friend told him to. Because his friend worked on the game and isn't getting the credit he deserves right now.
Not a dangerous narrative. They act like praising small teams is going to somehow destroy
Also, fear gets clicks. Fear gets clicks no matter what on the internet.
people's careers, which is not going to happen. I mean, it probably will
Like,
in some
fuck,
cases.
I actually
Again,
have
we're
people
going back
in
to
my
that
kick
difference
chat
between
over here
talent
trying
and
to get
skill,
me to go
but
over to this
now
Discord.
They're looking in another direction.
Because
They're
they
saying that the
they
reason
think
why
I'm
you're
afraid of
upset
what people are going to
isn't
say.
because these games are bad. It's because, well,
people
You're ignorant
get
to how
mad
they're
on me
made.
every week,
Now,
guys.
before writing for this
I
video,
don't
I
give
actually
a
came
shit.
across something that kind of supports this entire narrative. And that article, while probably not written with bad intentions, highlights one of the biggest problems with modern games journalism and developer outreach. They completely ignore the player's perspective and they downplay frustration. And in doing so, they end up gaslighting themselves, the developers, and the audience into believing that if we just understood how hard game development is, then we would stop asking questions.
They're 100% gaslighting because game development isn't that hard. Coding really is not that difficult. It's just tedious. And because it's tedious, it takes a long time to do. And because it takes a long time to do, it's perceived as hard.
Questions. We'd stop complaining about some of these things that we just apparently don't understand. That if we just saw the complexity, then maybe we would have some empathy.
Also, it looks complex, but it's really never, it really is.
In an article written by Austin Wood of Games Radar titled "We Cough Up a Chunk of Our Soul," 32 game devs, from Dune's John Romero to Helldivers 2 and Palworld leads, explain what people get wrong about games. They write, games put in a lot of effort into teaching you how they work, but just enough to get you comfortable in the driver's seat. This is the gas, your brake, your clutch. Here's what you need to operate this thing. But under the hood, the belts and tanks and pumps and the very appropriate engine.
Sorry, you missed Gavin Elster today.
What?
I was telling him, he's like, what are you going to do when you get off to the grid? I was like, I'm a little sad, so I'm probably just going to, like go home, clean my room off just a tiny bit. Just do nothing. And he was like, I have to go home, clean my room, clean my cats, do the more cats, do laundry, take out trash. Being an adult is hard.
He turned 21 and all of a sudden he thinks he's got responsibilities.
He was on the floor, like Squidward, like Rocky, but he's like, I don't want to be an adult. Welcome to the real world, kid.
That's funny as shit.
He's like, I have to pay bills.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It doesn't get better. It gets worse.
I'll wait till you're off live stream to tell you something the other thing he was bitching about.
I believe it. But, yeah, they want you to believe it's complex, but genuinely, like, the entire Luminous system, I don't know where it came from either. It was in my shirt. I don't know. But yeah, the entire Luminous system, I don't know it one for one, but if it works anyway, like Skills and Slime's overall skill system, which it looks like it does, it's literally a long list of a bunch of variables that are either ticked 0 or 1 or true or false. It's one or the other. I do 0 or 1 because it allows me to move the variable more fluidly. I can move it to a 2 possibly to put it into a different state, and like, yeah, that part is a little bit more complicated, but like, so like, let's say I want the variable to be, I shoot fireballs now. So now the variable is set to a 1. But now I want my fireballs to shoot 3 fireballs. Well, now that variable is set to a 2, and if that variable is set to a 2, it shoots 3 fireballs on that command. That's essentially how all of game design works. That's essentially how it is. It just works like a giant switchboard. You turn things on and off, and based on if it's on or off, or if something's in a certain amount of range of something, or if something's touching something else, it's all if then. If something happens, then do this. And then there's, honestly, most math behind it is basic algebra as well. I haven't done 3D game design. I know that deals a little bit more in geometry and everything else also. But essentially, like I said, the entire Luminous system is probably a true or false or a 0 and 1 system. That was probably, you saw how many Pictos they have in the game. I think there's somewhere around like 100 of them, probably a little bit more than that. So for every one of those, you have to write a variable. So that's 100 variables that you have to write down, and that gets tedious, especially when you have to write them down for every single character. So now you have to do, if Verso has this equal to 0, then nothing happens. If Verso has this set to 1, then do this when he attacks. And it goes like that for every character, and you just have to do that over for every character. So you can now see how you've had to write these 100 variables, and you have to write these 100 if-then statements, which might have a little bit more complicated logic in the if-then statement, 4 times across 4 characters, and you can now start to see why it gets tedious and why you might want more than one person working on it, or if you have just one person working on it, how it might take them a long time to get all that done.
You don't need to worry about those. It's not even your car. Nobody expects players to have developer level knowledge about games, but because games don't dwell on this stuff, because as a
most people that are hyper fixated on games start to learn at least a little bit about coding. It's part of the hobby. You're always going to want to try to understand a little bit deeper, because there's always that point when you play video games where you're going to want to make your own video game.
Player, you only get a driver's view, and because most studios rarely explain these elements, shout out to the blog.
Yeah, this is him and Thomas.
That was me and the entire fucking Lilo and Stitch subreddit.
Oh, you haven't had your phone on.
No. What?
So Amy finally made her grand appearance from last night with the butter churning. And she said, Brittany, how dare you? Put down their... Oh, they use each other to make that sour cream. That's why they're so defensive. It's made with love, and you're over here bashing it. Hashtag shame on you. And then I was like, you're right. How dare I bash a beautiful gay union? And Gavin sent the gay pride thing, and I said, it is Pride Month. And Gavin goes, let's go! Oh and it's like, let me...
So I've got to...
watch me do my gay little dance.
So I've got to call him a faggot extra hard now.
And then Amy said...
Oh my god.
GDC talks that do. There are a lot of misconceptions about how games are made. As a result, a lot of people who love games set themselves up for disappointment or frustration with skewed expectations.
Why'd you come in and help? I thought I could do it. Go home. Go home. Go home, Az.
He's like, okay.
Or assumptions. I thought it'd be interesting to unpack some of those misconceptions, since I don't have dev level knowledge either. I approach this the only way that I know how. I asked over 40 developers from around the world one simple but big question. What is something that you would like to clear up that people, especially players, misunderstand about how games are made? What follows in this article is a broad collection of developer quotes, over 40 in total, meant to pull back the curtain on how games are made and why so many players, in their view, get it wrong. The responses range from anywhere from thoughtful to defensive, but the reoccurring theme is clear. Game development is chaotic, fragile, deeply emotional, and far more difficult than players give it.
It's not any of those things. It's genuinely not any of those things. It is definitely tedious. It can be emotional, but it is not near as hard or complicated as they're making it seem.
Credit for. Gabe Cazzulo, developer of Ape Out and Baby Steps, led with the claim that video games just don't want to exist. They do everything wrong. We just kind of tear them into shape. Johan Pielstedt of Helldivers 2 argues that players don't realize how interconnected and fragile design choices are, that changing one thing can trigger...
Now, see, this is true, but it is... If you know what you're doing, for one, it shouldn't be that fragile. It should be... It can be fragile, and I've had so many games that have literally just fallen apart because I've changed the code. And literally, I've even broken my entire laptop on accident. I had an infinite loop going on accident and everything else like that. What was I going to get at?
Cascading consequences across the game. He compares game development to film direction, but with the...
I forgot what my fucking point was there.
Cascading consequences across the game. Design choices are that changing one thing can...
Oh, yeah. Changing one thing can trigger. It can break the entire thing, but if you have a stable foundation, it won't break it as much as, like, they're saying it actually will. It might break, like, a system, but it shouldn't break the entire game. On top of which, also, a lot of times you can use that to your advantage in game design. So, like, in Skills and Slimes, right? I had the variable I told you. I did it in a way that I made fireballs have 2 spawners on them. And if fireball spawn which was the variable that I had in there, is set to 2, then those spawners also spawn fireballs. So what that does now is that has now updated every time I spawn fireballs to spawn 3 fireballs instead of just 1. So now instead of it just being on the player, it's now on the turrets that spawn fireballs. It's now on the lightning rings that spawn fireballs. It's now on every single instance that spawns fireballs, now also spawns 2 more fireballs when that skill is now activated. Because, like he said, you change one little thing, it can affect every other little thing. A good developer will use that to their advantage.
Cascading consequences across the game. He compares game development to film direction, but with the added complication that developers have to build the actor from the ground up before they can even begin. Others go on to echo this. Cole Medeiros says that players underestimate the hidden complexity behind a simple feature. Barrett Foddy claims that developers are partly to blame for the disconnect because players don't ever get to see anything past the most fun or glamorous part.
And like I said, most gamers that are actually hyperfixated on this passion will at least dive a little bit into game design, and yes, they will see what's under the hood. There's plenty of gamers that are part of modding communities that create things. Gamers are not stupid, uncreative assholes that just want to consume. There are those, but most gamers want to create themselves. Most gamers see a video game and get inspired and want to make their own video games. So then they start delving under the hood to start understanding all the switches and how it all works.
John Romero expands on this further, saying that game development isn't like building a house. It's not linear. It's an iterative process where
he's wrong. I'll just straight up say it. He's wrong. Like building a game is so much like building a house. It's not even funny. You start with your core game design and your core gameplay loop, and that is your foundation. Then after you have your foundation built, you build out characters and anything else that is actually integral to the game running and make it into a playable demo. Now you have your structure, your actual frame of your house. Then you work on graphics and actual design. Now you have your drywall, your actual paint on it. Then you work on sound, design, all that. Now you put in your, well, I'm sorry, I did it out of order a little bit, but anyone who's built a house knows that you actually do the lights and the plumbing and everything before the drywall. But what I'm getting at is that you do it one step at a time, and if any of those steps are faulty, your entire house is going to fall down. It is so much like building a house, it's not even funny. Take it from someone who's built houses.
One system can break another. Even when a game technically works, it might still not be fun, and finding that fun can take years. From there, the article starts shifting towards defending collaborative structures of large teams. Developers from the game Possessors, a group from Devolver Digital, argue that many players don't understand how many disciplines touch even a single moment in a game like a boss fight. They emphasize that adding people to a team doesn't always make development faster and that communication can become an obstacle.
No, adding people to a game or to a team, game development team, is always going to make things slower. Every other person that you need to consult to do anything is always going to make the process slower. That's why game development teams need to be, for large titles, should be 30 to 50 people. For medium titles, should be 30 to 13 people. For small titles, should be 12 to 1 person.
More developers then chime in about the dangers of oversimplifying development timelines. Bucky of Palworld says that people assume that updates can be done in days when in reality a single new island might take half a year to build. He talks about hostile comments before content even ships and how hard it is to explain the timeline to frustrated players. Towards the end, the article opens up more personally. Several devs express their frustrations at being accused of laziness or incompetence, as Mansky criticizes the idea that tutorials or Unity experience somehow makes players qualified to judge production complexity, arguing that simple fixes are rarely simple. Brenda Romero then adds
issues with running into problems that have broken my game. But part of being a good developer is being able to fix those issues. Literally, one of the biggest things of being a developer is being a problem solver. It should be the number one thing that is always looked for when hiring a developer. You should be able to look at any problem and be able to find a solution. Even if it's a bad solution that's only temporary, you should be able to find a solution. You shouldn't be sitting there dumbfounded and going, huh? You want me to do what?
And failed launches are the result of teams coughing up a chunk of their soul. Now, I skimmed through most of this article for your sake and mine because while there are a few genuinely insightful comments that are buried in there, the overall message is pretty clear. Have empathy, understand our struggle, be patient. But here's the thing, this isn't a support group, guys. It's a business, and no amount of goodwill is going to make players feel
No, he's exactly right. And not only that, it's not going to make the investors feel bad either.
better about paying $80 for broken launches, gutted franchises, and a menu that is filled with microtransactions. This entire piece tries to sound like it's informative, like it's giving players a peek behind the curtain, but the real function is much softer. It's recontextualizing criticism as misunderstanding. It's reframing negative player sentiment as a byproduct of ignorance, not a signal that something is going wrong. Look, man, I get it. Developers are under pressure, but players are too. We're the ones that are risking our money, our time, and our loyalty. Yet somehow it's always us that are the ones that are expected to be more patient, more forgiving, more empathetic. That empathy never seems to go the other direction. We're always told that we need to understand the complexity, but when we ask for basic communication or transparency, suddenly it's not our place. We're not heartless.
No, and he's dead on right also. That is a part that the developers need to do, is need to actually communicate what the issue is. Like, one big thing in my updates that I've always done is I've always addressed feedback, and I've always addressed directly whose feedback I am responding to. I will be like, okay, so-and-so said that this was broken, so I have done this to fix it. And if that ends up broken, then I plan on doing this to fix it further. Being transparent about your plans and being transparent that, like, not all fixes are a fix-all, and maybe you're not always right, and maybe your product can be improved. Like, I feel like that is the signs of a good developer. Like, no matter what, no game is going to be 100% perfect. So the best thing to do is to always listen to good criticism and good feedback, and the next time you do it, or if you decide to go back and update it again, listen to that criticism and feedback and do it better. And if you do try to do it better, communicate to your audience why you think it's better, and if they don't agree, give them another option, or maybe even directly ask them, because I've done that as well. I've gone on Reddit and I said, hey, look, I don't know what to do, actually. Like, what was it? I think I talked about it earlier today. In Skills and Slimes, people were getting frustrated about dying and then losing all their stuff, and it was a core part of the gameplay that I wanted to keep, but I also didn't know 100% how to implement. And so I started talking with the guy on Reddit that was giving me the feedback, and instead of getting mad and just telling him that, like, he was wrong and he just needed to appreciate my game, I listened to him and I asked him what he thought was going to be a good solution, or what he thought would be better, because I was kind of stumped. And we talked about it for a little bit, and eventually I came to the conclusion that the Dark Souls system of, like, dying and leaving a body behind that you can then collect if you are able to get back to that spot before you die again is a more fair system that keeps the heart of the core of the gameplay. So listening to your audience and working through it with them, treating them like part of the team because they want the product to be good, treating it as a symbiotic relationship instead of a parasitic one, will always lead you to better results.
Most players already know that game development is hard. We know that changes can take time. We know that there's pressure and burnout and creative compromises that have to be made, but that knowledge does not obligate us to patience. This is a transactional relationship. Players are paying more than ever for products that feel increasingly more incomplete. That's not empathy fatigue. That's consumer expectations.
Yep.
Johan Pielstad of Helldivers 2 weighed in here,
empathy
understandably
fatigue.
frustrated by player demands after their sudden success. But most of those requests were not outrageous. They were baseline features, industry staples, stuff that people reasonably expected at launch, like a game that didn't break the minute that you fired it up. I get that that's
Oh, you have no idea. Being able to launch a game and actually have it work like right out the gate is insane to me anymore.
Studio off guard, but if you can't deliver on what players want after launch, that's not our failure to empathize. That's your missed opportunity. You have to meet that moment. You can't fumble it. And when you fumble it, you can't go in and blame the audience for noticing.
No, I
I
didn't
think
blame
Once
the
You
audience.
is another
I blame
really good
myself.
example of this. That game saw huge player numbers at launch, but players were already warning the developers about seasonal resets months before that game even launched into alpha. I interviewed their team recently, and they just told me flat out that they heard the criticism, but they couldn't do anything about it. The game's entire foundation, its content model, its monetization structure was built around those seasonal resets. And while they did eventually fix that, it took nearly a year for them to do so. But from a player's perspective, that's not a fix. That is a delayed acknowledgement of something that shouldn't even have been there in the first place. I think that Elden Ring Night Rain is a really good example of what I mean by how these guys just do not want to see our perspective on things. No voice chat, no text chat, no crossplay, practically no communication tools at all. And while I get that FromSoft's engine was never built for persistent co-op, and maybe they're just...
Yeah, they just wanted to churn out a quick multiplayer game, but like having a multiplayer game without voice chat, that's insane. That's actually wild. Like, how do you expect people to be social without social features?
Stress testing netcode through this release, probably trying to get things ready for Duskbloods, it still doesn't matter. Those features are a standard. We see how successful they are. We know they have the resources. So when those basic features are missing, it's not a technical limitation. It feels like a choice, a frustrating...
Oh god, don't tell me Night Rain is the downfall of FromSoft. Someone tell Tencent to get on it.
Out of touch choice. That's why we're seeing more developers step forward with these appeals to empathy. The dialogue is shifting. It's making these guys feel uncomfortable. Players today are more vocal, more direct, and more willing to push back against some of these games. And while I don't think that this article was written maliciously, a lot of its tone mirrors this industry-wide discomfort and this desire to obfuscate accountability. There's that line from the article, "You don't need to worry about that. It's not even your car." The fuck it isn't. We paid for it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What are you talking about? You're literally paying for it.
All of it. These games only exist because we are willing to buy them. And if that car keeps breaking down, we have every right to ask what went wrong or walk away entirely. Pretty much for the entire top end of this industry, their priorities shifted from the players to their scale. Because their scale is something that is justified by... Sorry, no.
Well, no, their scale was always a marketing tact. It was always, look at how many developers we have. Look at how advanced the technology is we developed. Look at how advanced this game is. Look at how many choices you have. Look at what you can do in this game. And then it slowly started to shift away from that to look at the battle pass. Look at how many skins we have. Look at all the microtransactions we have, everything in between. So as that narrative started to slowly shift and we started to have these overly ballooned budgeted teams, there was no longer an actual justification because they're no longer giving actual content. When they were giving actual content, that's why it was like a badge of honor at one point to have a giant team working on a game. It was because, oh my god, this game has so many people working on it, it's going to be a technological masterpiece. But no, since it's gone away from making the best game possible to making the best money sink possible, we no longer need all these developers.
Their budget is justified by their scale. They need the budget, they need the funding, because that funding and that budget then leads to more money that those guys get to make, especially for executives and CEOs and people of that sort. And the problem is that when all of your focus is shifted to just the scale of your company, the product suffers as a result of it. Because the core creatives that you had originally, the ones that built a lot of our favorite franchises, become buried under...
And like I said, those CEOs are going to see dollar signs when they realize that they can hire 6 30-people teams to make them 6 AA games that are going to make them more revenue than making one giant AAA game, they're going to start doing that. And we're going to start seeing companies start splitting their giant development teams into smaller ones. At least the ones that are actually talented. What we're seeing right now is they're trimming the fat, and there's just a lot of fat to trim.
Layers of labor. You can't hear them anymore. Their creativity doesn't shine the same way that it used to. That's one of the reasons why a lot of these indie games have struck a chord with a lot of players, is because of the fact that these guys do not have any time to do anything else other than pay attention to their game. They don't even have the players yet, so they're not even thinking about you. They're just thinking about this game, and is it cool?
He's dead on. He's so dead on, actually. Like, until I actually release my game, I don't even fucking talk about it. And then once it's released, it's an uphill battle of me constantly talking about it and people constantly going, I don't want to play that.
Cool? Is it fun? Are people going to enjoy it? I hope that they do, and then they find out that, yeah, in fact, we do. And the more that we
well, in my
speak out about these
in my case, they do, but they just don't want to pay for it.
Games, the more that we notice a lot of these different issues and we vocalize them, the more uncomfortable that this industry is going to get. It's going to get really uncomfortable for them in the future, because this is something that's kind of crazy. I was talking to a few people behind the scenes, and I had 2 videos about Ubisoft back to back. They got over 1.5 million views. Those videos were brought up and discussed in an investor meeting.
Oh, for real?
That's trouble. Because those videos were specifically talking about their loss in quality, poor management, things like that. Nothing to do with any like social issues or anything.
Actually. Okay, so wait.
Quality, poor management.
What did he say exactly?
Because in an investor meeting. That's trouble.
Okay, in an investor meeting. Okay, never mind.
Because those videos were specifically talking
He's
about
right,
their
that
loss
is
in
trouble.
quality, poor
I thought they were
management,
talking about it in the actual developer room. I was going to say, no, that's actually good. That means they're listening.
things like that. Nothing to do with any like social issues or anything like that. It's just literally, hey, your games used to be this. Now your games are this, and they suck, and people aren't buying them, and people aren't interested in them anymore. And for Ubisoft and for a lot of these AAA companies, they don't know how to deal with that because it's never happened before. We haven't had that kind of power. We haven't had that kind of reach. You're going to see a lot more of this. You're going to see a lot more people pushing back on some of these different criticisms that people make.
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard you, baby. I'm literally almost done.
You're going to try to educate players more. You're going to see more people trying to appeal to empathy. Part of it is going to be for job security, but in a lot of cases, it's because all the noise that we're making is forcing changes upon them. As much as I criticize this industry for being investor-led in a lot of cases,
it needs to be investor-led like any other business, because with any other business, just like this one, you need funding in order to create a product, because without funding, you can't advertise a product, and without advertising, people won't buy a product. It's the nice little circle of capitalism we got.
Investors, when they hear about some of these things, they're going to come across some of it.
All right, that's going to end up being it for today.